Yeah, nice try, bitch. You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 15 degrees right now, and that sounds bad, right?
Yeah. What's the wind chill?
It feels like 1.
Oh, 1.
It is. You just heard Marty talking about it.
Your face is gonna hurt.
It's cold jean weather, where you walk outside and your jeans are immediately cold.
The
It
painful.
is brutal. Every article of clothing you have, put it on.
Yes.
Right now.
Got to layer up.
Before you leave put it on right now. The good news is, though, like the roads are it got so cold the roads are completely dry.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
So you got that going for you.
Mm-hmm.
And like you just heard Marty say, it's Friday the 13th, which along with 1 degree weather. Yeah. It's December. Does it count December?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I don't know.
Well, look, I mean, I'll say this.
What's that?
If you're looking for weird things on Friday the 13th, I've already got it covered.
So what'd you say?
So we just mentioned the cold.
Yeah.
I'm coming in this morning to work, and I'm always the first one here. No big deal. I pull in, and there is a gentleman who is standing on the corner right outside of our building.
Oh, okay.
No big deal, whatever.
Yeah.
So
pretty cold to just be standing.
Well, see, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But we're not done yet.
Yeah, what else?
So he's wearing what looks to be like an old Carhartt jacket.
Yeah.
And like those bib overalls underneath it, you know,
Like working over?
Yeah.
Like a farmer.
Yeah, kind of. And I come around the corner and I see him standing there.
Yeah.
And the overalls are down.
What do you mean down?
His penis is out.
So he's
Wait.
pantsless.
Yeah.
He was exposed in this weather?
But so his overalls are like around his ankles.
All right, so the jacket, not around his ankles. So the jacket is on him, but the overalls are unbuttoned.
So they're unclipped, so they're flat
They're
down.
folded down to like his thighs, and
And you can see his crank.
I can clearly see his penis.
Is he
Was
going
it
to the
big?
bathroom?
He was not urinating. Because
Okay.
like it was one of those things.
Was he like, you know?
No, I didn't see him doing that. He wasn't like.
But you can see his penis.
Yeah, it was distinct penis.
I mean, the fact that you can see his penis in this weather says something for the guy.
Well, he could have been preparing for me coming around the corner.
All right.
Come on.
But he wasn't turtling.
No,
right.
I mean, look, again, it was one of those things where it's like, what?
You just
So this poor
you
guy's-
glanced and then you had to process.
All right, so you got to...
Well, that was, what, you making me what, give him an H?
No, I'm like... You
So,
gotta,
look, you got to be polite about it. Take care of him.
Was he saying anything?
No,
or-
well, so I was in my car. So I come around the corner,
Yeah.
and I see him, and
I think I would have waited in my car for a little bit.
we'll get there.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where it's like I'm driving up, and I'm looking like,
Right.
what the hell is it? And then all of a sudden you realize it, and you feel shame for, like, being a peeping Tom.
But
Is
how
that
could you not?
Well, I don't know. Like, you don't want to, like,
That's a city dong.
you know,
man.
they city dong.
City dong. It ain't going to stay out way too long.
But like
What?
it's like looking at gift horse right in the mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like literally and figuratively.
Right.
So I pull into my parking spot, and he's like 20 feet away from me.
Yeah.
And there are 3 emotions that I'm feeling right in that moment.
Yeah, like what?
First is concern for this man.
All right.
Because I'm going to guess that if you have your penis out in a 1-degree wind chill,
Yeah.
I mean, not everything's...
You're not. Things aren't going well.
Yeah.
You ain't stable.
Okay, well, okay, stable's the wrong word. Something's wrong. Something
Well,
is
that's
wrong.
not stable.
Okay, no. God, how are you so insensitive immediately?
I'm not being insensitive.
I'm not being insensitive. The guy's nuts. Literally. You can see him right there. So there is concern for this man.
Yeah.
There was a touch of, like you said, not wanting to get out of the car. So I guess that would be fear.
Well, yeah, you
Right?
don't know what this guy's
Fear of the
capable of.
unknown.
You don't know what
Exactly.
this guy's going through.
No, you're right. But here's the thing. Like, as I sat in the car, like, what do I do? I thought to myself, like, let's say he was going to bear down, right? Like, I get out and something's going to happen.
Right.
His penis is out in 1-degree weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah. He's already at a disadvantage.
Yes, and he's also, I mean, just wearing
Yeah,
bib.
that thing could be as stiff as an ice pick.
Well, I mean, it could be a loaded weapon.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, I mean, he's already at a physical disadvantage just with the bib overalls down around his
yeah.
head. So, like, if push comes to shove,
But you don't know how desperate this guy is.
okay, sure. But I would like to assume,
Yeah.
and maybe this is me being arrogant, if I had to win an altercation with a man with his penis exposed in 1-degree weather, I could do it.
You usually do. You usually come out on top of those things, don't you?
So I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. 'Cause,
I
like,
would say call somebody to get him off the street because he's going to die walking around like that.
Okay, but, like,
Like
again.
911, you got a guy's going to freeze to death.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, there's also people that, like, sleep in our neighborhood in brutally cold
I don't
Yeah,
think
weather.
it's
I don't
amazing.
think you can exist
I-
in this weather.
I
It's
don't-
impossible.
You say it every time it gets
I
cold.
know.
But this is like below that.
No, I understand.
That's like 30 degrees. This is a wind chill of 1.
I understand. But here's the thing. Like, also to the point you made before, if he's going through it, man, the last thing I want to do is call someone and then it escalates a situation where things get, worse.
But the other option is he dies.
Okay, well, but again, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
All right.
And again, far be it from me
Yeah.
to take away a man's free ball
Dignity.
and time. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, dignity.
Yeah, it's
got your
pretty
penis
much
up
shot
1
anyway.
degree weather.
So
right?
what'd you do? What was the third option?
So I'm trying to figure this out, and as I'm like contemplating what I'm going to do,
Yeah.
bib overalls goes up,
Oh, he zips up?
and he just walks away.
Oh.
That was the end of that.
Wow.
But his penis was out. I mean, I would probably say, I know this sounds like a short period of time, but from when I saw him to when it ended, 3 minutes.
That's enough to get
Frostbite.
Frostbite.
Okay, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Kimmy, will you
Let's
Google
see.
how long it takes to get frostbite?
Don't forget, he's probably been out. Oh, you walking out of your nice warm house and doing that?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
This guy trucking around the street all night, living on the streets doing that? That's a different story.
Don't you try to play it off now, like all of a sudden, like, you coming out of your nice warm house, not like me and this man roughing it in our shackets,
Yes.
zip-up boots. Shut up.
No, that's very
Frostbite.
yeah.
Frostbite can occur in exposed skin in about 30 minutes when the temperature is 0 degrees Fahrenheit or below.
So he had another 27 minutes of
All
penis
right.
time.
But you don't
before-
know how long he was there.
No, I don't. I have no idea. And it didn't. I don't. And to be honest with you, like we're assuming this is a homeless guy. I don't even.
I hope that's a homeless guy. I hope he's not the owner of the building across the street.
He could be the way things are going with these buildings down here. No, I mean he looked
Bobby Sprockets.
like he was dressed for like outdoor work.
Yeah, with the
Could the
overall.
Carhartt and the bib
Yeah.
overalls and he
Yeah,
had boots on. So
but
I don't know.
What work's he doing at 2:00 in the morning?
Look, man, I have no further information.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just a very strange scene. It's weird. I mean, an unexpected penis
Oh, yeah.
is going to throw you for
Yeah.
like a while,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
And it's not even the sexual aspect of it.
It's
a shock.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then it's the fact that you weren't expecting it in a place you weren't expecting it.
Anytime you
just-
see a penis, it's shocking. I mean, unless
No,
you're like
Fair
being
enough.
intimate with somebody, but if you see it in a movie, if you,
Public
something,
penis
No,
it's
is
gonna
shocking.
shock the crap out of
No,
you.
that's a generational thing. Like you have a hard time with film penis.
Yes, you obviously embrace it. What film penis were you embracing at a
Yeah,
young
I mean,
age?
to his point, like that did just start showing up casually in things.
Not in Pat's mind.
in
he was
non-sexual
watching
ways.
Superman.
Sometimes there's just all of a sudden a naked dude in a scene of a show.
Yeah,
I think the difference.
More
It's
than
a-
before.
yeah, and all of a sudden there's swinging meat coming through the screen.
Okay, no, it's not that it's like what are the word? What's the word you just used?
What?
Like looking forward to whatever. It's not that I'm no
Anticipation.
embracing. That was it. It's not that I'm embracing it. It's just like nudity doesn't phase me,
It doesn't, but
but it does.
a penis is ugly,
Okay, yeah, I understand.
and it's not been out that much.
Okay,
We see the female form all over the place. Even in sex scenes, it's all the chick.
no, I get it. It kind of sounds like you just being closed-minded, is what it sounds like.
I am very close by. I do not want to see a naked penis.
Oh man, that makes me a man.
And don't forget, I went to
That
military
makes me
school.
a man. I saw so many penises, but I'm still
How
a
many? I
man.
mean, look at all the young man penises I saw when I was going to school.
No, but I mean, see, that's what's weird about it.
Hundreds.
And they only had 12 guys at the school. I would have thought you'd be more.
I'm not.
I guess accepting is the wrong way, like laid back about it, because like I just assume because I played hockey and go to the gym, I see so many penises.
Okay, like that, I understand you're going to see a penis.
Yeah.
But that is like a penis area.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
This ain't. Like the corner over here, Netflix show, I'm not ready for
No,
penis.
see, there's a difference between
I haven't been penis prepped.
film and street. Street, I agree with you.
Street
I was just as shocked as you would have
Yeah.
been with this guy
I'm
with
not
his
ready for it.
penis up. Fair. But like movie or television show, like it comes out, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
He will come in every movie he watches.
Yeah.
Tommy Muley.
Yeah.
He will come in the next day and talk about how many penises were in that movie.
Yes.
We did a breakdown.
Yes,
we
we
talked
did.
about it. We talked about how much penis you
The
say.
introduction of
The crank.
of casual penis.
But I mean, to your point,
Yeah.
like I mean, the female body was on display for so many
Yeah.
The
years.
female body is beautiful.
Oh,
it's
here
it's
we
a
go.
Yeah,
work
but
of
even
art.
still, though,
Oh, you
okay.
ladies, you're
You
all
got-
so beautiful.
But-
you left here. You didn't leave your warm house this morning. You were beautiful.
But even
female
with the
bodies.
female body, though, it was always like I mean, it was
It's
always like the
voluptuous.
chest up, though, in most films and stuff. You didn't see full on vagina.
No, but you saw like Furburger down there.
There you go. You did that. That's your fault.
What, Furburger?
Like Kimmy, you'd be bothered by a straight-on vagina shot?
No, I'm just saying it would be shocking in the same way as seeing a penis would unexpectedly.
Okay, you guys. It's like I work with two.
But the vagina is beautiful. It's a desirable thing.
Look,
Okay,
man.
but
It
you
gives
still
life.
it still wouldn't surprise you.
Wait a minute. No, standing straight up You can make the argument that the vagina is attractive.
Yeah,
to look
that's
to.
what we're talking about.
No, but no,
I'm not talking
mean,
like beaver hunt.
No, but that's what I'm
you know,
saying.
where
It
the
could be-
legs are in 2 different pages.
That's what I mean. Like, let's not pretend, ladies. You're beautiful just the way you are.
Yeah.
But let's not pretend, right? Like outside of
Yeah,
Georgia,
vaginas get weird.
put that on a T-shirt selling the wrong shop. Like
No vagina is the same.
outside of Georgia O'Keeffe, right? Like nobody's painting that and hanging it on their wall. Like
Yeah.
Kimmy's right.
No,
There-
people have vagina pictures on their wall.
Yeah,
Like,
and
there is art
There's art,
dedicated
yeah.
to the vagina.
I get it, but I see here's the weird thing. It
The
was
monogina.
which you've never experienced. No, for years and years and years,
Yeah.
I thought that was pictures of Howe Caverns. Somebody just explained it to me. No, but Kimmy's right. No two vaginas are like penises are standard. Penises look like penises.
You could have
Nine-
cut, uncut,
Okay, there's two options.
veiny,
Two
little weenie.
I mean,
Big weenie.
okay, they vary as well,
Yeah.
but they're mostly
And by
all
the
the
way, they
same
could
shape.
hook.
Okay,
They could have bumps.
to Kimmy's point, if I showed you a close-up picture of a penis, which I'm not going to do anymore based on how you keep asking for more,
Yeah.
you'd say that's a penis.
Yeah.
There are no vaginas are like snowflakes.
Mhm.
No two vaginas are the same.
Wildly different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I love that you hear. I've only seen 4, so I don't know. I can't help you. And like, what's funny about it too
That's it.
is men have so much more genital experience than women do
Mhm.
because you and I have seen female genitalia,
Mhm.
and it was
Porn.
and it was pretty cool. Well,
Yeah.
also in person.
Yeah.
We've had meet and greets with female genitalia
Yeah.
in the past. We've seen lots of male genitalia in person between school and
Yeah.
gyms and okay.
Yeah.
Kimmy has seen male genitalia
Mhm.
in the sense of intimate partner. But you've never like gotten an up close and personal look at
No.
someone else's vagina.
No, I've never. No.
Because like even in the gym, it's not like
Man, you
there's
went to
Right,
college.
that's what I mean. Like I've seen.
I thought all girls kind of experimented a little bit.
again, your fault.
All right, but I've seen nude women, but I've never. Like to your point, like you would really have to try to see
Well, how could
down
you?
there.
Oh, drop my keys.
Where?
Wow.
Yeah. I haven't gotten the same view that
Yeah.
you guys have.
So which is what makes it even more bizarre is you and I, every man has far more up close genital experience than women do, but you're sitting here going, any penis outside of a pee fight in my dorm when I was in middle school bothers me. Okay. We got a dynamite keep your penis away kind of break
Yes.
for you this morning here on CMF. It's a football Friday.
Oh, boy, this is a big one.
Your Buffalo Bills. It is the game of the NFL season. Take on the Detroit Lions. 4:25 Sunday, live right here on CMF. Tommy's got his picks to make.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy, do you think this is the first game that Tommy picks against the Bills all
Yeah,
season?
I do. I really do.
He's
I
got-
think it's coming.
He's got a man crush on
Yeah.
Dan Campbell.
That's a full-grown man right there.
Yep.
Are there any Netflix series that Dan Campbell's in? We got a Tommy Tells It Like It Is just after 7:45. To recap those picks just after 9 o'clock, our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
RD's coming in?
Is it true they will be here?
Right.
Folks have been guessing for the last couple of days what Ryan will be.
What Detroit-themed character he's going to walk in as?
Well, we figured out that there's not a lot of Detroit-themed characters.
But there kind of is.
Well, somebody guessed Eminem,
Right.
which M&Ms are a good guess, but that's probably fallen out of his mouth, not as his costume.
Okay.
Bob Seger was a guess.
All right.
Can you name anybody else?
You could be an auto worker.
Okay.
Um,
Man, how do you be an auto worker, though?
but you just dress up like a factory guy.
We're on the radio.
No, but you'd have like the hard
Yeah.
hat and stuff like that.
Okay, hey, can you guys hear my hard hat?
They'd have the vest on or something.
Okay.
Yeah, is
Or-
there, I mean, I'm trying to think. Like, is there a Michigan accent? I mean, they kind of sound like us.
Well, he tried to do California, and he ended up Southern and Scottish at one point last
He
week.
could come in as Madonna.
Nobody knows Madonna's from Michigan.
She's from Detroit.
I understand, but she talks with a British accent now, too. She's like Ryan. She can't stick with one accent. Danger and Ryan just after 9 o'clock to recap Tommy's picks. And just after 6:45 this morning, is this the game that decides in our heads how far the Bills can go? Because I
Okay.
think this might be that.
This is the test.
Yeah, the flag planting mile marker. Here's what we are game. And it's taken this long to get here, but we're finally here. And we'll
All
get
right.
to all that today here on a Football Friday on CMF. Plus, just after 7 o'clock.
Wait, there's more.
Well, yeah. I mean, as if the penis talk wasn't enough this morning.
Oh boy, we're gonna get a little creepy.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock here on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what do you got?
Another juggernaut of the retail industry may not be long for this world.
Well, who's tanking now?
Well, like this one makes sense. This is the one that makes sense. Despite the fact that Kimmy is here to argue once this is gone, you're going to miss it.
Is this one of those ones I thought was already closed?
Well, they have gone through bankruptcy once
Oh,
already,
okay.
but I don't think we lost one in Rochester.
Oh.
That could change.
Mm.
We'll tell you who it is next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Like another story of a retail giant going the way of the dodo is not crazy.
Yeah.
Right? But someone in this room is going to argue this is one we're going to miss.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah, you may not think now, but down the road,
Yeah.
you'll look back and go, oh, man. And Kimmy, I could not disagree with you more.
Ooh,
Okay.
controversy.
Beca-
We're going to go at it.
because this business, Tommy, should not
Yeah.
exist.
Oh, it's
It
that.
should
I would
not-
think like you in this room would use it the most.
Yeah, no, and that's the problem,
What?
right? Other stores exist for you to go get things. This store exists for you to buy things you don't need once you get there.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Today is the day.
What's that?
Tops Food for Families food drive to benefit Food Link. It kicks off right now.
Oh.
You can head down to the Tops Friendly Markets on Mount Reed Boulevard. In Greece, drop off non-perishable items or cash donations throughout the day. You can purchase a little brown bag of hope for either $5, $10, or $20 at any neighborhood Tops Friendly Markets through Christmas Eve or online at topsmarkets.com/littlebrownbags. And every bag purchased includes nutritious food needed by Food Link to help local families in need. That's brought to you by Tops Food Link, News 8, and us here at WCMF. Go do good.
Yeah, do some good.
Because it's better than doing bad.
Mhm.
Just after 6:45 on a football Friday, have we finally reached the point where this game decides how far the Bills go
Oh.
this season? And we'll get to it just after 6:45 on a football Friday on CMF. Party City
Oh, wait, they're still around?
is mulling bankruptcy. I think they have 3 locations in
Yeah,
Rochester.
there's
Really?
still a few here.
Greece, Webster, and Henrietta. Am I
Yeah.
missing one?
Yeah.
Brr, brr.
I thought all those party centers tanked during COVID.
Party sitters?
Just let them go.
Right,
Mur-
you know, the party.
Yeah, did you guys watch Murder's Buildings last
You know,
night?
you get the balloons and the crap.
Yeah.
So Party City has 850 stores nationwide.
That's a lot of partying, buddy.
So they say in the story on Bloomberg that they are currently behind on rent at some of their locations.
Oh,
The company already
we've
filed.
all been there.
The company already filed for bankruptcy back in 2023. They cited, you ready for this? The pandemic, which a lot of people do,
Yeah.
along with the international helium shortage.
Oh.
Wait, we're running out of helium?
Yeah, you haven't heard this story?
Yeah.
Where do you get helium?
The air?
I thought they made it, like they manufactured
No, you can't. Helium is
So you get it out of the ground?
It's a finite resource, and
So like, we've tapped out?
we're running out of helium.
So we partied the planet out of helium?
Yes, but here's the thing: you need helium for like actual like things. Sometimes.
Yeah, like important things.
Yeah, not
Not balloons for parties.
Not Cater's turn 5.
Is it the blimp? I think that's helium, right? Because it's not flammable?
No, there's other things we use helium for, like science stuff.
Oh. And
Anyway.
party balloons.
Anyway, this bankruptcy, if they declare bankruptcy again, could end Party City forever.
Hey, do you think they sell festive bankruptcy balloons?
Well, if you do,
Going
Hey,
out of
we're
business.
bankrupt.
where are you going to buy it? They're bankrupt.
With sparkles.
So, Kimmy, you saw this story, and your first thought was?
Well, I couldn't think of anything that rivaled it in person that you could go to for like, because I know all my friends with kids live at this place.
Okay.
Oh,
Like
really?
if they're throwing a party, that's the first place they go.
Wait.
for any-
When they're throwing a party, they go to Party City?
Yes, because they have aisles full of like color coordinated things. So whatever theme you're going for, it's there. They go there for every holiday, for every kid's costume they need.
Oh.
I would just think like if you're a parent and especially if you have to do things last minute, like this is your savior.
Okay. I could not disagree more
Okay.
with you right now.
Bet you don't
You
need
tell
this?
me.
Yeah. So here's the thing. First
What?
off, Party City is a store that should have never existed in the first place because as much as you say
Well, it takes your party to the next level.
it's a one-stop shop. What are you, a pitch man for Party City? There would be a company in borderline bankruptcy that would
Yeah.
hire you to pitch them. Nothing but good decisions. Kimmy, everything they have at Party City, you can get other places.
Like?
Balloons, balloons, candy, decorations. I can get all
Like
those.
if I need a costume right now, where am I going?
Arlene's?
Oh, but those are like fancy costumes.
No, they're not. They have Arlene's has everything, Kimmy, from the budget conscious all
Okay,
the way up to
so I would
movie
have
theater
to
Now who's
go-
a
quality.
pitch man?
So I'd have to go to
Arlene's costumes.
Then if I need balloons and kids plates and stuff, like I'd have to make multiple stops.
I
It
understand.
sounds like a lot of this you could get at Wegmans or Tops.
Well, I mean, that's just
like,
it.
do they sell all those balloons and paper?
Not
plates?
every color.
Okay.
Listen,
but
I'm
that's
just
just it.
I'm just saying like I know moms like I need specifically blue and red balloons for this. You know what I mean? Like they have every detail covered.
Okay, but you're bringing up the larger point here.
Mm-hmm.
How many parties do we need to throw?
Well,
You
you,
know
always
how
need a
many.
new punch bowl. And what's that thing when you serve the food, but it's got like that little flame underneath it?
Chafing dish.
Because they used to sell that stuff,
They still do. You
Yeah,
can
they
buy all
probably
this.
which
do.
is super dangerous, man.
Look, let's walk through what this is
Yeah.
and what it means to our society, Your Majesty.
Mm.
Party City is a warehouse store
Yeah.
that has several locations in every community. we shouldn't be having that many parties. We shouldn't need a warehouse to have to go to throw this many parties. Party City isn't a business that exists, Kimmy, because we need it. It's a business that was needed because it exists. Because when you walk into Party City, as Kimmy so eloquently put it,
Yeah.
it puts pressure on you, right? If you were throwing your kid, I don't know, a Mickey-themed birthday party, right? You went in for Mickey balloons. And, well, they got Mickey streamers.
Mickey napkins.
And
Mickey
Mickey
plates.
candles, Mickey pinata. And all of a sudden, that $20 you were going to spend turns into $150 because of the pressure the store puts on you.
Yeah, but if you go to somebody else's party, kid's party, and they have all that stuff, and when it's time for you to step up, your old lady's going to want to step up the same way. She's going to want the solo cups that match everything
like
else.
theme birthday parties are out of control. Like right down to the cake is the same theme as the like Toy Story, right? Like if your kid loves Toy Story, you're going all out Toy Story every single little
So do they
detail.
sell like for like adult parties too, like
Yeah, they got
bachelorette
everything.
parties?
Yeah.
Sure, yes, they have all that.
There's like a
stuff.
whole aisle of like penis squirt guns.
I don't know if
and
they
stuff.
have
Probably.
genitals. I'm not sure. It's second genital discussion we've had this morning. No, but you guys are actually proving my point in what you're saying. If you went to a birthday party for a 4-year-old that just had blue plates, you would notice.
Yeah.
The fact that we have the ability to get this
Yeah.
within an hour
Yeah.
makes the pressure.
It's an arms race.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
But
So
I
no,
don't
that
think
pressure.
you can stop it.
No, but you can.
You can't.
When
You
Party
can't stop
City-
the train. It's already gone.
No, I'm
it's
telling
already going.
When Party City, if it goes out of business, that's when the train stops. And I promise you,
I don't know.
Kimmy,
I think it just. I don't think the pressure stops. I think it just becomes more difficult to pull off, but it doesn't mean people still won't try.
Yeah, you got to buy, like, for your girl's birthday. She didn't go to and buy all this stuff?
Yeah, you
No,
weren't like the party favors and all that, the little knick-knack crap.
No, but that's just it. The only reason we went and got that crap, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that was unnecessary is because it was attainable. When it is no longer attainable, nobody needs it.
No, true. It'll go away.
And I guess that's my point, right? With Kimmy's argument that when it's gone, we'll miss it, I disagree. When it's gone, it will actually be a pressure lifted from our shoulders. It will be freedom that we have not felt in our lifetime.
It'll be a less glitzy party.
Which is fine, because just throwing a party is glitzy.
Well, it's fine for us because you and I don't want to go to these things. So, yes, you and I would be fine with a white paper plate and a beer.
No, but that's what it
Like,
should
but my
be.
wife will not be satisfied with this.
Okay.
I mean, I went
Like,
to
my
your
wife has to
kids.
have everything color coordinated, set up, and your wife's the same way.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I've
gotta
been to
be-
your kids' birthday parties. You probably lived at this store for like the first 10 years of their lives.
Yeah, and it sucked.
You have live acts at your birthday party.
Yeah,
they
my-
were relatives, but they were
Ryan
still alive.
Duffy.
Yep, Ryan Duffy did perform at Stella Jam back a couple of years ago, which we're never doing again after that bad acid got through the crowd. 252-WCMF. Party City is exploring a second bankruptcy. They have 850 stores nationwide, but according to a story in Bloomberg, they are behind on rent at a lot of their locations. They say the pandemic hurt them, and the international helium shortage is burying them.
This
right
scares me because if they're going to have a going out of business sale,
Mhm.
my wife is going to go and load up.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to suck, but it'll be the last time you ever have to go.
Yeah, because we're old. But
The last party plates you'll ever
some
need.
of this stuff will be in our will.
This place, Kimmy, also encourages more work parties.
Oh yeah.
Nah, again, it's not going to, those parties will not stop once this place goes out, if this place leaves.
The work party.
Mark
Yeah,
my
yeah.
words. Okay, that silly hat and lei that your boss forced you to put on at your last work shindig, that came from interns walking around Party City
Yeah.
just looking for stuff to buy.
Still
Mark,
going to have to go to that party.
fine, but I'm not putting on a straw hat and a lei. I don't have to do that because there's no. Where am I getting it? Where are you getting
Amazon.
this? Okay. Look, there are cultural stores that we were worse off for losing. I would argue Toys R Us is one of them, right? Like
Not
that.
because you like toys.
Well, no, but I mean,
You're kind of, wow, it's amazing you picked that one. The one you used to go do somersaults in.
past loving Toys R
Yeah.
Us. If I need to get a gift for 3 kids, right? Toys R Us was a one-stop shop.
Yeah.
Bing, bang,
Yeah.
boom. And those are necessary expenses. You can argue Radio Shack going out of business was a cultural
Yeah.
loss because there are men and women. Like, I know that they sold a lot of stuff that was out
I need
of,
a new receiver for sure.
Okay. They also sold little electronical pieces that were necessary for folks to not only do their jobs, but the hobbies they were
Right.
into that are now very hard to locate. I would argue Radio Shack is one of them. But I don't think if Party City ends up closing 10 years from now, I'm going to sit there and go, where do I get a cup with
You know
Dora
what
the
it is?
Explorer on it?
Because you don't do the shopping there. Your wife did.
No, I did all the
He
shopping
does.
at Party City. I did.
I don't know. I think you're right. It's not
was the party
necessary,
bitch.
but it's still going to exist beyond Party City.
Ooh.
All that
The party
extra
never
stuff.
stops, Pat.
Party never stops?
It's party central. We party hardy.
I'll take a step further, man.
Right.
I'll go all not psychological. I'm going to go all kind of deep on your ass.
Go ahead.
I think that Party City. Okay, sorry.
You think Party City creates parties?
No, I think Party City is a tiny exclamation point as to why people are in a bad way if they're in a bad way right now. Because it creates expensive, unnecessary situations.
Parties we couldn't afford to throw.
Yes, we shouldn't be throwing this many parties.
And to his point, we've been to parties at people's houses that had no business throwing a party.
Okay.
Like, you can't sit here and tell me that eggs are too expensive and then stop at Party City on the way home.
That's not going to stop the party. If anything, you're probably going to...
Party never stops. Party never stops.
If anything, you're going to spend more because let's say you're throwing some theme for whoever, your kids or just people, I don't know. Mm-hmm. If you go and search for that stuff that you think you need on Amazon, you're only going to be exposed to more stuff with that theme and continue to buy more and more because, I didn't know that existed. I need that too. I mean, it's just going to shift to, you're still going to be buying the same crap, just in a different way.
Look, I'm going to agree to disagree and tell you you're wrong because I guess we're not going to find a middle ground here, Kimmy. So enjoy.
We'll just have to wait and see.
I guess we will, won't we? I guess we will. And I'm really looking forward to the 3 new trampoline parks that open up inside if they go out of business, the Party Cities. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
It's finally here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is the biggest game left on the NFL schedule,
Yeah.
right? You have 2 of the most dynamic offenses with defenses that are injury-laden right now, which makes the game even more exciting. But the first couple of weeks of the season, when the Bills were undefeated, we had asked, when are you going to know they're for real? What game do you see on the schedule where when they beat this team or if they handle this team, we know they are good?
Yeah.
And they went out and beat the Chiefs, and that was great. And the Chiefs have one loss, but there are people arguing the Chiefs are not what the Chiefs were.
Yeah.
Right? You had that performance last week against the Rams that has Bills fans shaking in their boots.
Horrible.
Tommy, it took to week 15, but we may finally be here.
Okay, we'll get our answer.
And we'll get into it next here on a Football Friday on CMF. The NFL is a fickle monster.
What happened?
Well, the Chiefs are 12-1, yet they look worse than any Kansas City team of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Bengals are a long shot to even make the playoffs, and there are times, Kimmy, where that offense looks unstoppable.
The Bengals?
Oh, yeah.
Then there were the Bills, a team that seems like a juggernaut, but have some glaring questions, especially after last week.
Yeah.
Tommy, sometimes there are certain games that will tell you how real a team is. And after waiting for 16 weeks, we may have finally got to that game.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you. And I got good news and bad news.
Oh, good news.
The good news,
yeah.
We know that kids are having, when I say kids, teenagers are having less sex than they did in generations
Yeah, they're not
previous,
sexually active.
which is safe. Not as sexually active.
Yeah.
The bad news, when they are, they're not using these.
Oh.
And we'll
So
get
they're going back to my day.
And that works so well for you guys.
Sure it is.
No, it didn't. We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room. And with some, what's that, when you remember something the way that it is and is?
Mandela effect.
It doesn't matter. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Bills Lions, 425 Sunday live on CMF. I'll be at Bill Gray's.
Oh, wow.
Yep, the tap room out in Chi-Li.
Yeah, some fun, man.
I'm going to wear my new red.
Time.
I got a new red Keon Coleman jersey I'm going to be wearing. So
Ooh.
come check that out. And so we'll see you Sunday at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li, 425 for this Bills Lions game with your friends from CMF. And this game, Tommy's been circled on the calendar now for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Both teams are legitimate Super Bowl contenders. They're the only two teams in the NFL that are averaging over 30 points a game. Both teams, a sad franchise history, Rust Belt cities, related in our fandom and shared experience.
Hard time cities.
Yes. And that offensive show people are expecting on Sunday is going to have the entire country sitting in front of their television. There are some games, Tommy, during an NFL season that fans see as tests.
Yeah.
A measuring stick to see how serious your team is as a contender. Tommy, do you see this game as one of those on Sunday?
Oh, sure. For both teams, right?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking.
Because you're not sold on Detroit.
I think they're a good team. I don't think they're as great as everybody thinks.
I think they're the best team in the league.
And you're always wrong, so that actually makes me feel better.
How many Lions games have you watched?
Me or
No,
Tommy?
Tommy.
Go ahead.
This year? I don't think any. Were they played in national TV?
Like
I was
7 times.
I just wanted to get that.
Oh, wait. Oh, I did watch the Thanksgiving.
How much of it, though?
All right.
Huh?
You watched the game where the Bears almost beat them and would have beat them had it not been for
Yeah.
Okay, great. Kimmy,
Yeah.
do you see this game as a Super Bowl preview?
I mean, I hope not, but I could see it happen.
Why do you hope not?
Because I don't want. If the Bills find a way to make it to the Super Bowl, I don't want them to take on a team that I would also be rooting for if they were in the Super Bowl.
That's a good call.
Okay.
I want them to take on a team that I can root against.
Okay.
And I guess, obviously you would root against them in this situation, but let me hate the team they're playing.
Fair enough. Well, let me tell you. I think we'll find a way to hate them if we
Yeah,
end up seeing
I'm
them
sure.
in the
I'm
Super
sure it'll get to that point. But, the Lions are a team where if they were in the Super Bowl and the Bills weren't, that would be the team I'd be cheering for.
I'm with you 100%. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy?
Yeah.
When the Bills were 3-0, people were questioning whether or not they were for real because they had only beaten bad teams.
Yeah.
And we had looked down the schedule those 13, 14 weeks ago and said, what game are we going to know if the Bills are for real? And we waited. There were two games,
Yeah.
the Ravens and the Chiefs, that we decided were the mile markers to finally figure out what the Bills are. The Ravens game was a nightmare, but the Bills were decimated by injury. The Chiefs game was an amazing experience, but like we said, the Chiefs may not be what the Chiefs seem to be.
Right.
This one is the rubber match. If you play three elite, serious Super Bowl contenders, which I believe the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Lions are,
Okay.
and you get 2 wins out of those 3 games,
You're in good shape.
I'm asking. I mean, do you see the Bills as a Super Bowl team right now?
If they beat Detroit?
Do you see them as a Super Bowl team right now?
No.
Why?
Because they got embarrassed last week.
Okay.
You had no plan for that team.
Okay. But they come back and beat Detroit. All of a sudden, 1 week later, they are a Super Bowl
But it
contender.
sounds like you're easily exposed. And I don't know what you were thinking last week.
Oh.
When you got run over.
Oh.
I mean, you relied on Josh Allen again.
Yeah.
You're wasting this guy's talent.
Mhm.
I would think Josh Allen once out of Buffalo if it's going to continue to go down this
Do
road
you hear
where
this?
I
I
throw
don't know
6
about
touchdowns and I can't win a game
All right, Kimmy.
because the defense doesn't have a plan.
Kimmy, He's describing a 10-3 team that clinched their division 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So you're already satisfied?
You're only gonna if Josh Allen left Buffalo, he'd only end up in a worse situation. He'd end up with a desperate team that needs a quarterback.
Oh my God,
why would he want out at this point?
Oh my God,
because he can't get to the Super Bowl with his team.
That was the worst take I've ever heard in my life.
I got more.
Hey, by the way, if the Bills win on Sunday, you're gonna come in and go, guarantee my Super Bowl tickets
I'm
right
not
now.
fickle like that.
Okay. I want you to listen to me and listen to me good. Listen to me good.
Listening. Take it all in here.
We as Bills fans have to be very careful to not put too much stock in this game on Sunday for a couple of reasons. One, you're at the point in the season where you're going to have to start to hide some things you want to do for the playoffs. And that goes for both teams. Neither are in a really desperate spot right now.
Right.
I mean, the Bills
are not going to give it their best. Well, not that they're not going to give it their best, but they're not going to pull out the tricks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look.
But don't you still want home field here?
I mean, yes, but again, you're not in a desperate situation like the Bills have been the last 2 seasons when it comes to getting into the playoffs. Look, the Lions right now have a 1-game lead for the first round bye, so they could be a little more desperate than the Bills, but the Lions are very aware that the rest of the NFL will be watching to see how they play a team like Buffalo, who is by far the best team they've seen on their schedule this season, unless you believe the Vikings are good. The Bills are the only legitimate Super Bowl contenders the Lions will play all season long. Also, when it comes to not putting too much stock in this game, the Lions' defense is really banged up.
Okay.
They are so bad right now.
How bad are they?
They only have 2 reserve linebackers healthy that were on the team in training camp. They were blowing teams out in the middle of the season, and then when injuries started to hit, things got dicey. In the last 2 weeks, the Lions have won 3-point games against the Bears and the Packers. And as much as we want to believe this Bills team can do serious damage deep into the playoffs, it's not like hanging 38 on the Lions based on the defense that they have right now would be an indication this is a can't-miss Super Bowl team.
All right.
Like, I want to believe what you believe, that if the Bills go in and they handle business, that it's just a bobsled track right to the Super Bowl. But we've seen over and over and over again that's not the case. Bills fans are feeling really good after that win in Kansas City last season.
Yeah.
Right? We saw what happened. There's been a couple of games that you circled where if the Bills can go out and get this one, they're legitimate contenders. They're serious Super Bowl.
Well, how do these other teams play really good at the end of the season? They're not hiding nothing.
The Bills have played really good at the end of the season until last week.
No, I'm saying like you're saying they're going to hide some stuff because they don't want the teams to see it.
They do that.
Every team does that?
Well, I mean, any team.
Well, they got better crap stuff.
They got better crap stuff.
Yeah, like how did New England do it all those years?
They did that.
They hid stuff?
Yes.
And they still kept winning all them goddamn games?
Wait a minute, you told
me. So
me.
you're telling me if Buffalo hides the stuff and loses because they held back?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Look, I'm not saying you're only going to use the most basic of plays. I'm telling you that whatever game you see on Sunday would not be the game you saw in the Super Bowl because you are not free.
Right.
You're not free to do whatever you want. And again, I am borderline furious with you right now.
Furious. I'm furious with you.
The Bills won 7 straight games.
Yes.
They unseated the only undefeated team left in the NFL. They lost a game in which they scored 42 points. And you
never were out of it.
And you sat here and said all that talent. And you sat here and said Josh Allen is ready to leave Buffalo.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
He may be packing that.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. You got any some inside information? No.
I didn't see where his house is.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Look, Kimmy, you're watching Tommy right here. Yeah. As dumb as he is, he's not alone. There are Bills fans that are very nervous about this team after last week.
Well, there's always the overreaction after any type of loss like that. A game or a team you didn't feel like you should lose to. But I will say I feel like the Rams played like their best football they played all season against the Bills.
Especially after that squeaker last night.
There's also some concerning things going into this weekend, too. I mean, the Bills, we don't really know injury-wise what they look like heading into the weekend because they didn't have practice yesterday.
So starting corner Rasul Douglas and starting safety Taylor Rapp, neither have practiced at all this week. That would be a big deal.
Yeah. But, I mean, just they weren't able to practice at all yesterday because of the snow.
Okay. With the discussion we're having, talking about this Bills-Lions game on Sunday, I understand that playing well in this game would go a long way to calming Bills fans that are nervous down. But as much as this game means to Buffalo, it may mean far more to Detroit.
Why is that?
Like I said, if you look at the Lions' schedule, the Bills are by far the best team they've played all year.
Yeah.
They got a 3-point win against the Vikings, who may be good. They have 2 wins against the Packers, who are a fine team, but you don't see people screaming that Green Bay's a legitimate threat. They haven't played anyone like us. And that could be a good thing
All right.
Right? This Lions team running on a false high, doesn't know what it's like to get into a dogfight with a legitimate championship contending team. You'd think the Bills would have the edge there because we've been there over and over and over again in these big games. That could also be a bad thing, that this Lions team is looking for respect and they know they can get it by beating the Bills on Sunday.
At home.
Kimmy, I do like the Bills coming off a loss in this game.
Yeah.
Fired up.
Because I was thinking.
Who's back? Look who's back. Look who's back all of a sudden.
I was thinking if the situations were reversed and we were taking on the Lions after a loss like that, I would be nervous.
Not to mention,
for sure.
This team has been very resilient under Sean McDermott. They rarely lose 2 straight. And I understand they lost 2 straight earlier in the season, but it very rarely happens, which leads me to the most important point.
What's that?
Buckle up for Tommy's head to explode.
What?
You ready? The X factor here
What's the X factor?
could be Sean McDermott and his history in repeat games. Kimmy, once Sean McDermott plays you, he's got you.
Yeah.
You see it over and over again, and the only exception for some reason is the Bengals and the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Bills and Lions played a thriller on Thanksgiving 2 years ago. Bills ran out of there with a 2-point walk-off field goal win. This Bills team is better than that team. That Lions team, this Lions team is better than that team.
So they both vastly improved.
You got it. But which coaching staff do you trust to play chess with the knowledge you gained from the last time you played? Because the coaching staffs are almost exactly the same, with the exception of the Bills.
I think we know how Tommy feels.
Because here's the thing.
So you say it comes down to coaching.
I think that McDermott's a better coach.
Oh,
without question.
Look at that man across the field.
No, he's
That's
great.
A man's man.
So it's coach versus coach.
That's a man and a half over there.
I like Dan Campbell.
Like him, he's charming.
I love the fact
he's
that
a superhero.
His guys play for him. I love the fact that he's got passion. He loves his job. His guys love him, and that is very endearing. But the guy's reckless. He is not a chess player. He's a guy with a sledgehammer that just...
Yeah, he's just going to push you around.
Exactly, but...
He's a bully.
That doesn't always work.
Worked for Detroit.
They lost to the Buccaneers.
The Pistons were pushing people around. They won a couple of championships.
Okay, hey, you want to talk about DiMaggio too?
What about DiMaggio?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Any other teams from 80 years ago you want to talk about? Look, I'm telling you right now.
So you think Sean McDermott is smart and Coach Campbell is dumb?
Oh, I didn't say dumb.
Kind of dumb.
No, did not say dumb.
Like if you put them together, like if they were both on Jeopardy.
Football Jeopardy? Yes, I would take.
No, regular Jeopardy.
No,
they both go on Jeopardy.
I wouldn't take any of them. I think they would both end up with like negative points on Jeopardy.
Okay.
They're both football guys. They know football.
Yeah, but I thought Sean went to like a smart guy school.
No, he went to William and Mary.
That's a smart guy school.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's over there on the East Coast. I think it's in the Carolinas.
I don't think it's in the Carolinas.
It's near there. Yes, it is. I think it's in the Carolinas.
What are you doing right now?
I don't know.
You want to talk about the Pistons again?
Where did Dan Campbell go to school? He probably went to some football
I'm surprised you don't know because you knew his
He
wife's
did.
name yesterday.
Yeah, you got
You
real
don't even
creepy.
know Sean McDermott's wife's name, but you know Dan Campbell's wife's name.
Tommy was getting real creepy, Googling what is Dan Campbell's wife's name.
Holly Campbell.
Ooh, she's cute. Ooh, she's good looking. Look at that.
Who's she put together, man?
There's a restraining order coming. Well, look, man. I'm glad you have the opinions you do.
Yeah.
And, the spotlight will be solely on you. Just after 7:45, Tommy's got his picks. And, Kimmy, I do get the impression this will be the first game that Tommy picks against the Bills.
Yeah, you never know.
So he hasn't picked against the Bills at all yet this season?
Not once. He's been a homer all season long.
Right.
Is that adversity? I hate it. No, I'm out. Tommy tells it like it is on a Football Friday just after 7:45, and our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. Will be in just after 9 to recap those picks here on a Football Friday on CMF. So the good news is these kids seem to be smarter than we were when it comes to this. I mean, it is a risky proposition at this age.
Yeah, but you do have to, feed those urges.
But that's what we thought, because the fewer kids that are doing this aren't using these. It's not funny, man.
Well, they having some fun.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. The good news?
Good news.
We know from past studies that teenagers are having less sex than the generations before them.
Yeah.
The bad news?
Yeah.
The ones that are?
No.
Don't seem to be using these valuable tools. And look, it's not like it's easy to get kids to use these because someone has to have a conversation with them about it.
Yeah.
Someone they trust, someone who's willing to be honest, someone who can get in their heads now and tell them how things can change without one. You're awfully nonchalant about it.
I was pretty nonchalant in my high school days.
Yeah, and there were consequences that you've discussed on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break
Part
room.
of the growth process.
No. Rochester's
Well,
Classic.
you had
Rock.
something growing, that's for sure.
96.5 WCMF. Before we get there, it is Friday. Tommy will say, and probably in this moment has more disgusting things coming. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep camp, and it happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
There is not a woman on this planet that would pay you a cent for any sexual favor.
For a little $2.50 munch.
No, you think that you're worth $250 going downstairs.
I'm clean cut. I'm always shaved, so you're not going to get any, thigh whisker burns or anything.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're bringing to the table,
My
period,
tongue.
because
My love tongue. I got slender fingers. I'm actually a pretty nice little ride. I'm like a dirty litlittle moped.
252.
Take a ride.
Stop.
Gassy
Well, because
fast
you
food.
don't
I
like
got
that
I got some hard farting woman with me now.
One of my favorite Santana songs. Got
She's
a hard farting woman. Did you have a country song? I'm sorry.
She's a hard farting woman in love with a good time and man. They'd get together, but that smell he just can't stand. Hey, boy, pardon me,
How
boy.
do you wear those?
Can I have a look at your shorts? No, sir. And stop looking at my sister. Remember that when you would get so wasted on Cheetos and then you were like marked? Basically.
It was a scarlet letter.
Yeah, like your dong looked like it. Like
what?
Yeah,
I wash my hands before I touch
I
myself.
thought you were going to say like your
you've
clothes.
never Cheetoed and pulled?
No.
Yeah, your product's gonna look like a road coat.
Thing on the side.
I mean, I've eaten some pretty hideous stuff when I'm.
Yeah, no, I've seen your ex-girlfriends.
Oh, your mom? We never really made it official.
Okay. So yeah, I would have to wait for the house to be empty.
Well,
Lock the deadbolt.
I would have just turned the speakers down and jerked in silence.
One of the worst Simon and Garfunkel songs of all time.
The sound of jerked in
That's
silence.
not no.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Teenagers
Yeah.
are not using condoms.
Okay.
High schoolers specifically. The CDC, Center for Disease Control, says that fewer sexually active teens are putting on rubbers. Only about 1/2 of high schoolers said they used a condom the last time they had sex. That's down about 10% from a decade ago. It's down about 15% from 20 years ago. And Tommy, that is a big problem.
So, I mean, is there an explosion of like teen STDs?
Yes, according to the CDC, people between the ages of 15 and 24 account for nearly half of the new sexually transmitted diseases every year. So when you ask, that sounds like explosion to me.
Okay.
It's a lot of STDs, bro. And that's not even talking about pregnancy.
Yeah.
But are a lot of these girls on the pill?
Well, okay, so put a pin in that. We'll loop back around to it. Is it surprising to you that kids aren't wearing condoms anymore?
No.
Why?
I mean, well, only because my generation didn't use them.
Yeah, and look what happened.
They had a lot of fun.
You know, you got syphilis that has been clearly affecting you for the last 60 years.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fun of going, your first foray into the cooch, going, JV bareback was fun.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't you look back and think, damn, I'm lucky I didn't get a permanent one.
Yeah, but I also had a lot of fun.
Yeah, but I only, went to a few doctor's appointments to take care of things.
But I didn't get my first STD till I was 18.
Wow.
And I
Hey, can we get a plaque from upstairs?
Well,
Put that
no,
down here?
As far as you know,
Thank you.
there could
No, I
have been
would've
ones that you
known.
passed
No,
on.
there are ones you can pass without having
Yeah.
any
No, I mean, I wouldn't know infection-wise, yes.
Tommy, I get you came from a generations where condoms were an afterthought.
Yeah.
Kimmy, when you and I were coming up, it was pounded
Yeah.
into our heads. You
Yeah.
were a
But they were
rubber.
giving
Yes.
them at school. That was the big
Well, that
controversy.
was a big controversy, and I don't know if that. I don't think that stuck anywhere. did it, like with schools, like that, because that wasn't.
Handing out the condom?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that was so controversial at the time that I feel like a lot of schools kind of gave up on trying to make that a permanent thing.
252 WCMF. Are there still schools handing out condoms? I went to Catholic school, so that wasn't happening for me anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, but look, past the schools, you could get rubbers in 1,000 different places for free when we were teenagers. And there were always a dozen people that wanted to talk to teenagers about safe sex.
But now that I'm thinking about it, when was the last time you saw an ad for condoms? Like on TV. I remember they used to be on TV all the time, like the Trojan Man
used to
condom.
run ads here on it.
I don't remember the last time I saw a condom ad.
Okay, but they could have moved towards social media, and we're just not
guess.
getting them
Maybe,
targeted because,
maybe.
you know,
Yeah.
we're married and we don't need them anymore. So,
I don't know. I was just, to your point, like maybe they, I'd imagine kids are still, this is still being pushed on kids and health education.
I love how you say push like it's propaganda.
Well, not,
pushing the condom
well, you know
agenda.
What I mean, though.
Here
like,
comes big condom.
Okay, maybe not pushed, encouraged.
So it's funny you bring that up.
Yeah.
With the knowledge now, Tommy and Kibby, that 1/2 of high school students said they did not use a condom the last time they had sex. A story on Spectrum News says that sex education is not a required class in New York State. Did you know that?
Oh.
I never thought about it.
It's up to the school district or the school whether or not your kid gets sex education.
Because they were teaching it to us in school.
Yeah. Well, I want to know what your sex education was in a Baptist religious Southern school.
So they told you if you played with yourself past the age of 15, I'm not making this up, you were mentally ill.
I think you can make an argument for that.
So we're all mentally ill.
Well, yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Look, I mean, it's possible with this knowledge now that, you know, the state doesn't require sex ed, that kids aren't even really hearing about them. And let's be real. I mean, not that they wouldn't
but
know
no
they
kids,
exist.
but kids think they're invincible, that they're never going to get sick and they're never going to
But
die.
kids
So
have always thought
it's
that.
hard. That's my point.
Yeah.
It's hard to pound that message into a kid that thinks you're just an old fart that doesn't want to have us to have any
But it
fun.
seemed like maybe it was working for a little while because the numbers did go down only to go back up again.
I mean,
so what changed?
When Kimmy and I were in high school, 15% more high school kids were
I
using
thought you
condoms.
had to.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It was almost one of those things where it was like it was a dangerous thing to not use them.
I mean, but it is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not in a committed relationship.
But
It
I
was
knew,
the
like,
same.
girls
It was the
back then
same
didn't
way
want
they
them.
scared you off with the DARE program and drugs and all that. It was almost like this is the way and there's no other way.
Right.
What'd you say?
Girls didn't want them back then.
There's no way that's true. That
no,
is
they
you.
found them uncomfortable.
That is you.
They
no, I
just
think
thought-
it was you they found uncomfortable. As your personality, not anything else.
I was very charming.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I guess the question becomes, because Kimmy brings up a good point, right? 20 years ago, if it's down 15% than it was 20 years ago,
Yeah.
who was the one to talk about safe sex with kids? Because we did have people talking to us about it, and it seems it was effective. And what is the average parent's definition right now of safe sex? Because you brought up birth control.
Yeah.
And birth control, you know, the pills.
Takes care of one issue.
Well, no, that's just it. It's always an option. But it doesn't help the STD issue,
Yeah.
like you just brought up.
It does clear up acne.
And Kimmy, asking a teenager to take a pill at the same time every day without forgetting it for it to be effective is a very tall task, because there are grown women who struggle with that.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I mean, and it's an easy thing to forget. You get to the end of the day and you're like, or you just forget whether or not you took it. I mean, I know it's labeled day by day, but still, I mean, it's just it's an easy thing to miss every now and then.
And then there are kids where birth control isn't even an option for a myriad of different reasons, right? So that wipes that off the table.
Or they're afraid to ask their parents to take them to the, gynecologist, because that's a tough conversation to have with your parent.
I love how we start actually having a conversation and he shuts up because he's uncomfortable. I don't like it anymore. I don't like it. I will having fun and I'm not having fun. 252 WCMF. How many parents have had a talk about condoms with their kids? And what age are you supposed to have
But
that talk?
is that the message the kids are going to listen to, the parents?
But if they're not getting it from anywhere else, what choice do you have?
But it's not working. It's just going to fall on deaf ears.
How do you know?
They're not going to care.
No, you sit your kid down and you go, you know how you make me miserable?
Yeah.
Use a condom.
Okay. Okay. Are you done?
I wouldn't be dealing with this had I done what you should be doing. So, Kimmy, the CDC, Center for Disease Control, uses 15 as their bottom age for the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the age you should start that discussion? Should it be earlier than that?
I mean, I knew kids that had sex earlier than that, so maybe.
Yeah.
You and I both lost our virginity before 15.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, my girlfriend, I was 15, she was 14.
What are you, the Four Seasons? Had you in the back of my car.
Wish I had a car.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I remember you learn about the basics of it in health class in like middle school, but I don't remember them pushing like the dangers of it that early.
Of sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But then again, I mean.
I guess I just don't remember though.
But you forget how long ago that
Yeah.
was. Maybe they didn't think kids were having sex at that age, except on radio shows where guys claim there were suckers parties going on in the basement.
Well, and
Bro,
that,
that's the litter box
It
in the
happened.
bathroom story of that
It
generation.
happened,
It did
bro.
not
I
happen.
almost-
It did
okay,
not happen.
To
It
your
was
point,
Nabarama.
Well, it's amazing how that exact story happened in every city in America. To every go, oh, my buddy's friend told me about it, bro.
Walked in on it, bro.
Yeah, I
I
can't
almost-
believe it.
I almost think you need that education earlier just to disprove the things you hear on the bus.
Yeah, that's a good call.
You
But
know, like the misinformation that got spread in 6th grade about things. Hey, I mean, I can't even repeat some of the stuff that kids thought was going on or kids thought was normal at the time.
you know, you think Facebook's bad for misinformation? The back of the bus
Yes,
was the
the worst.
Facebook of
Yes.
That's always been.
You know what I heard?
252 WCMF. There are fewer high school kids that are sexually active. But of the ones that are sexually active right
Are
now,
getting down.
fewer are wearing condoms. Only 1/2 of high schoolers said they used a condom the last time they had sex. That's down from about 10% a decade ago, about 15% 20 years ago when Kimmy and I were in high school. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. I got so much to say about all of this. First of all, if I had half the money that I spent on condoms with your mother, I would be rich.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
And no, never mind. So I was the uncle. I have like 9 nephews and nieces, mostly nephews. So and being a tattoo guy, I always had to go get tested for different diseases. So when I was getting, blood work, whatever.
and just
they
your
would
general
give me-
personality.
Yeah, exactly. And listening, being a well-known listener of WCMF. But they would give me a paper bag, like a lunch bag full of condoms, and I would take 4 for all my nephews. So I was like the hero, man. I come back with a lunch bag full of condoms. I don't know if I ever got used or whatever, but
All right, but let me ask you here. Let's stop there because Skylar, I mean, that's great.
I mean, you're kind of a safe space, I guess, then for your nieces and nephews, and probably more nephews, I'm guessing. Than
The Pied
nieces.
Piper of Pipe, I guess.
Um,
But Skylar, like, were your brothers and sisters okay with you doing that, having that conversation with their kids?
yeah, I also was the one that, at family campouts, I would go to the right side and smoke pot with my brothers, and then I'd go to the left side and smoke pot with my nephews.
So
And
no.
I had to be the guy that, like, when we're sitting at the fire, I'm like, I'll light a doobie and we're passing around and see what happens. So I'm a break the ice in the family kind of guy, and
Okay.
I'm proud that I was there for my nephews. And I don't know, I've had that. I think the age is 13. As soon as
13.
it's 13, you should talk about sex.
All right, but Skylar, you bring up your nephews. I mean, you have sons, right? Like, did you ever have this discussion with them, or was that too tough? Were they not going to listen to you?
No, they. I talk about everything right out and open. Like if I'm smoking pot, get away from me because I'm smoking pot, or I'm going outside to smoke pot, or if you're talking about sex, like you got to be
Pot
freaking
and sex,
careful.
bro. Pot and sex and pot. Skylar, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just saying, no matter what it is, I'm
No, I
not
get it.
afraid to talk to my children about it. And honesty and openness is the key to all that
No,
stuff.
I don't disagree with you, Skylar. Thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
See it.
There goes condom swiping, pot smoking, cocaine.
Tattooing.
You know, here's the thing.
What?
Um,
I can imagine my Uncle Dom came up to me to explain to me about condoms.
what do you think that would sound like?
It would sound like Vince Lombardi describing condoms. Yeah, there's nothing but porking out there today. Porking. You gotta wrap it up. You're a rotten kid.
Is getting condoms for your kid the smart thing to do?
Well, it sounds like it according to these numbers.
Well, no, but here's the thing. There's a debate to be had. Look, as someone who watches a 15-year-old girl and my little sister get pregnant and have a baby in high school, right, and have to raise them from that moment, I would argue it is a good idea to get condoms for your kids, right? But there are parents that are concerned, and I understand, that getting that stuff for them condones sex, and that sends a mixed message. Now, I know we could have a debate about that for the next 3 hours, but I understand that concern. even if you get your kids condoms, you have to trust that they will use them in the moment.
Right.
Because it's not like you could stand over them and
You
put it on
can't.
them like it's a sweater.
Yeah.
Right.
Come here, honey. Come here.
Yeah.
Take it out.
They're going to chuck them out.
And
I don't think there's a fix for this.
no, but there was. The fact that
but
it's
that-
going down
yeah,
says that we had something.
Yeah, something was working.
Well, you
Just what
bombarded
was
them
it?
with the messaging.
Okay, so that's the fix.
Were we scared out of not using condoms? Like, is that what worked? Was it the fear of? Because I remember being terrified of herpes. Like, that was like the one thing that they're like, if you get that, you'll have it forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But then they
So
tell
I
you,
just, I
"Man, it
remember like
lives in
being
everybody."
scared out of it. I was more scared
It's
of.
amazing what you hear.
They kind of
and what is
everybody's got like
said.
a herpes in there.
It is amazing what
and
is
if you,
said
if
out
you bang
loud.
the wrong girl, you wake it up.
What is said out? No, that's not how that
That's
works.
what it was presented.
Yeah,
to
it
me.
gets knocked sideways.
Yes.
Oh no, it fell off the chair. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
No, it was
The
was
herpes
like
stool.
you were like the fear of pregnancy was there, but it never felt maybe as real as herpes did.
But here's what's
Does
interesting.
that make sense?
No, I get where you're coming from, but what I find interesting about that is I agree with you that fear made us wear condoms, but that fear didn't keep us from doing drugs in the DARE program. So
Well,
why
it did for some kids.
not our generation?
Fear of doing drugs. You said you never. You said it scared you from doing like hard
Cocaine.
drugs.
Yes,
right?
but
mean,
I'm talking on a grander
okay.
scale.
Oh, okay.
You went to
In
college.
general.
You went to college. I was
Yes.
on the road.
Yeah, there was
Lot
some
of
weird stuff
cocaine
out
out
there.
there. But I guess what I'm getting at is why did the fear work for sex with us and not with drugs? And
well, but even you said like the drugs came late. Like in high school, though, you were afraid of that kind of stuff. It wasn't until you went out into the world and were exposed to things, I think, where the drugs showed up
Okay.
for a lot of people.
I mean, as we talk about fear too,
Yeah.
I also think we underestimate how uncomfortable it is for kids to go out and buy them themselves.
Yeah.
The condoms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to do it, Kimmy, as a kid?
I think more guys probably ran into that than women.
So no.
I had like one friend that would just buy a ton of them and give them to everybody. She wasn't afraid. She's like, I'll do it. Like, she was like excited to do it
Okay.
for some reason. She was just
Alright.
that bold friend.
I mean, you remember, Tommy, maybe not, I don't know. But it feels like the world is watching you when you buy condoms.
Oh yeah.
And you're horrified. You're going to see, like, your mom's friend from church.
Well, you know, my generation, we couldn't buy condoms.
Oh, wait, really?
No.
It was 18 and over?
Right.
No kidding.
So you couldn't go in there as a 15-year-old kid and buy condoms. So like they blocked us from buying. You had to get them from an adult.
I still get weird about buying tampons, only because I don't go through a guy's line. Like if it's a,
you won't pick a man.
because I feel like I'm making him uncomfortable.
That's weird. Having not having
Especially your
ovulation.
generation, you're also open with stuff.
No, I mean, like, I don't care that people see that I'm buying them. It's more like, is this 16-year-old kid at Wegmans gonna feel uncomfortable?
Man, you go to BJ's, these broads got them piled on top of the cart.
That and more at the Chuckle Hut this weekend.
Are they open again?
How many tampons do you need?
Are they booking?
What are you doing? Trying to plug a dam? A red wave? But seriously, folks, this study that fewer high school kids are wearing condoms is a
Yeah.
weird side by side when it comes to how teenagers think. Because fewer of them are having sex.
Right. So is that worth?
But the ones that are being
doing
less
more.
safe. No,
Yeah.
are being less safe. So what does that mean? Right? Like you would look at the number of less sexually active high school students and go, good.
It is.
But then the ones that aren't using condoms that are active is bad.
And those kids are never going to listen to you. So, like, you probably got the best numbers you're ever going to get out of this because those kids don't care. They're not scared of you. They're not scared of you putting on your raincoat.
Unless, like Kimmy theorized, we stopped pounding into these kids' heads.
Like somewhere along the line, the message was changed or
got lost.
Or got lost.
Or other things, it seems, became more important
Yeah.
to people. Who knows? I love you. I
You're
don't know.
wasting your time.
But
man.
you're arguing against condoms.
Yes.
Why?
No, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying those kids that want to go do that aren't going to listen to you. They don't care.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you vehemently. Despite the fact that the numbers were
Because
higher.
they know it feels better to go bareback.
You
man.
don't? Okay, fine.
And they put on that rubber, it just ruins the experience.
Do never listen to anything this man says. Ever. Ever, ever.
Unless they perfect the perfect rubber that makes it feel like you ain't wearing nothing.
When's the last
I
time
don't
you
know.
wore
They
one? That's what I mean.
advertise
How would
all
you know?
different
Why?
kinds now.
Why? I don't know. Like the drip that you have described
Bro.
in the past. You were like a teapot.
I had two bouts of the ganj.
Oh, is that
was
it? Is that all?
Two bouts.
When you have a nickname for it, you have a problem.
Bro, you're
Ganj.
you're a third case away from being Fraser Ali. The rumble in your genitals.
Bro, they give you a pill. You drink a lot of water. In 2 weeks, you're good
But
to
again,
go.
that's one you
You're back in
luckily
the
could
game,
get rid
baby.
of.
Okay, so what about my 15-year-old sister who got pregnant?
Okay, that was a different story.
No, that's what I'm saying, idiot. Look,
Well, that would have been birth control. Would have
everything-
taken care of that.
She may have been on birth control and just didn't take it 1, 2,
All right.
3 days. I just love it.
Girls, you got to take your pills.
I
for
just
the
love
boys.
it. Hey, man.
Do it for America.
Hey, man, be cool. It's cool. What about this legitimate consequence? Well, yeah, that's a different story, actually.
Let's forget about all the rules of this great country of ours. And girls, take the pill for the boys.
Shut up. Let's take a break. I don't understand what happened at the airport.
What happened at the airport?
You didn't see this story?
No, they going bad.
It's happened a couple times, I guess.
Kimmy, how do we not hear about it the first couple
I
times?
don't know.
No,
Something
nothing.
getting through again?
I mean,
Getting through, but not in the way you think.
Oh,
Not in the way you think. Because, yeah, we've seen those stories of handguns like, we found that.
No,
That's
this wasn't
scary.
an accidental thing.
No, this, she tried to do this.
oh, a lady.
Yeah.
Oh,
And motive,
I'm
ability,
yeah.
okay.
all of these things. She's good at hopping fences, it seems.
Oh,
We'll tell you what went down, not only earlier this week, but for the last couple of years,
Yeah.
Kimmy?
And was there another place involved too? Did I say?
We'll get into all of it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know, the worst part of going to the airport might be getting in.
Yeah.
Park your
Oh,
car.
the line.
Walk all the way to the front
expense.
garage, right? You get in there. You got to go through TSA.
Yeah.
It takes forever.
Yeah.
Seems this woman may have found a way around it.
What'd she do?
She's been arrested.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, man, you think you know this story? You have no idea what's about to happen.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Today is the day, the Tops Food for Families food drive to benefit Food Link. Once again, you can stop by the Tops Friendly Market on Mount Read Boulevard in Greece, drop off non-perishable items or cash donations throughout the day. You can also purchase Little brown bags of hope for either $5, $10, or $20 at any neighborhood Tops Friendly Markets through Christmas Eve or online at topsmarkets.com/littlebrownbags. Every bag purchased includes nutritious food needed by Food Link to help local families in need. So go do a little good this holiday season. Just after 7:45, it is a football Friday. Tommy's got his picks, and I feel a tide changing.
Oh.
Because you have a man crush on the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll find out how this goes. Tommy tells it like it is. Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 39-year-old woman has been arrested, and I'm going to read you the quote.
Okay.
For willfully entering an airport area that serves air carrier or foreign air carrier in violation of security requirements.
Okay.
What do you think that means?
So she entered like the tarmac or something?
Okay.
Because it's where the air carrier is.
Mm-hmm.
So she's down by the planes.
On November 27th, just after 11:30 p.m., according to police, this woman entered a secured area at the Rochester airport.
Wait, this happened locally.
Yep.
Yes. They observed this woman jumping a fence and running towards a moving aircraft that was
Holy
taxiing towards the runway.
But she was really late.
She was taken into custody without incident, which I want to stop there.
Yeah.
You had the balls to show up in the dark,
Yeah.
Yeah.
hop the fence,
Yeah.
run towards a moving plane, and when the police got there, you're like, okay, I give up.
Yeah.
You imagine sitting in that plane looking out your window?
No.
No
You
kidding.
see that?
No kidding. So she was arrested
Yeah, you would think.
and given a mental hygiene arrest,
Yeah.
brought to the hospital, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And if that was the end of the story,
Yeah.
that would be insane.
You think it'd be a one and done kind of thing, right?
Okay. On May 5th, 2022, this same woman pleaded guilty to doing the same thing. She had climbed over a fence and willfully entered an airport operations area at the Rochester airport on 4 separate occasions.
So she's got 4 times.
No, because we're not done. Back in April of 2023, after her supervised release began,
Yeah.
she attempted to evade the security requirements again at the Rochester airport, climb a fence, enter the same area. She also committed additional violations, which led to the supervised release being revoked.
Yeah.
She was sentenced to 1 year in prison. So she's done prison times for this. This is, if the allegations are true, her 6th time
At the same airport.
Yep.
at the Rochester airport. It sounds like jumping the fence and running at planes.
In the same area.
Yeah.
Maybe you just put that fence higher.
Yeah, it does seem
Or put
like
a
it
guy
should be a
there.
little bit more difficult to jump the fence, right?
Anyone want to take a crack at what the hell's happening here?
I don't
No.
know because I don't know what the goal is, you know? Like what's the,
The thrill of
But is your goal to just like run from one end to the other? Is
But
your
it's
goal
so
to like
goddamn
jump on the
dangerous.
plane? I'm not sure what you're trying to do.
I can't imagine standing next to a moving airplane. The engines are on.
Yeah.
How loud that is and dangerous it is.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking I'm getting sucked into the engine.
Yeah, I'm
That's
with you
part of the
100%.
danger. That's why they don't want people out there running
Yeah.
around.
And it's not even like you could catch the plane.
No,
Right,
you can't like.
right, right,
It's not like the bus.
If I saw that, I would think she trying to like wave somebody down that's on that plane
But
or
this
something.
happened 6
Or
separate
she's trying to
times.
like
I
stow
know.
away into like the landing
Right.
gear.
Okay, so that's just it. We've seen
That happens, but it never ends well.
It doesn't. But normally, Tommy, in those cases, they're also one-offs because they're either desperate people trying to get away from something or desperate people trying to get somewhere.
And
Yeah.
they usually do
It's-
that while the plane's just sitting there.
Yeah.
They
It
get
is-
up in that thing.
It is probably shouldn't be, but it is in a couple rom-coms where like some guy or girl is trying to like stop somebody who's leaving forever apparently
Yeah.
and wave them down to stop the plane.
Okay, but that, unless the guy she's dating has left on 6 separate occasions forever, that wouldn't apply.
By the way,
here.
there's a reason why he's leaving. You're nuts.
Well, quit coming back, bro. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
When we talk about stories in the news like this, we like to circle back to stories like this we've seen before and talk about the motivations in that situation and how it was handled afterwards. But in this case, it might be the first time in the history of the break room we do not have a previous story that even comes close to this.
No, because she's our only previous story.
Yes, and we didn't even know she was a previous story until this story came out. How did the other 5 times she alleged, well, she did this because she was convicted, not make the news?
I don't know.
Did you hear this before?
No.
Nope.
We would have heard.
Yeah.
No, we didn't, though, because it happened 5 other times.
I guess at the other times they just kind of not cover it up, but it just
Because they got to her early, they felt like maybe
the airport did make a big issue out of it.
Okay, okay, let's talk about that. I am not someone who likes to make a big issue about anything.
Yeah.
But I think someone hopping a fence and running towards planes at the airport 5 times,
would,
I'm fine with
lead-
you making a big deal about
or
that.
Yeah, but I
like
don't
lead
want the
to some
airport
additional
wants that out.
security.
I don't think the airport likes that.
Oh, I get that.
You know.
But the airport ain't the police.
I can't believe,
No.
and maybe this does exist, but I can't believe somebody doesn't have a video of this, like from the plane
Oh,
or
yeah.
or somebody waiting to get on a plane, seeing a woman running. Because the airport's not that big. Somebody had to have seen it.
But think about this. In this specific incident, again, we're talking about this 39-year-old woman. She was arrested in late November after police say just after 11:30 p.m. she...
so it's super ass dark.
Yeah, exactly. She somehow got...
True.
Past the fences at the airport and was running towards a moving plane. Police say she had done this 5 times previous and had served a year in jail because of it. So, yeah, I mean, Kimmy, even if people saw her, you
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to catch it
No.
on film.
True.
Yeah.
Is there some, I mean, is there some thrill to just breaking into places that you're not supposed to be? And that would be like the ultimate, but you would think once you do it once.
Yeah,
you're like,
why
I
are you
did
doing it over and
yeah.
over again? I mean, is she just an airline enthusiast that took it way too far? I can't.
How old is she? Dude?
39.
39? That's a weird age.
Also
too.
that, because you're
That's
not...
a tough age.
You're not old enough to be like losing. And by the way, if you're in your 60s and you're losing your mind, 70s,
You ain't
don't-
getting over that fence.
Thank
anyway.
you.
Right.
And I would understand like a 20-something-year-old kid doing this.
Yeah.
It would be a YouTuber.
Exactly.
Wants to
It's
get
a-
on TikTok.
It's also,
Impress your buddies.
you got to be in a certain kind of shape to scale a fence.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I
Those
don't know what
fences
this
are
fence
high.
looks like, but I don't
And
think
they're
it's
barbed wire.
It's made to be difficult to climb.
I mean, unless she
How
found,
did she get over that barbed wire?
is barbed wire like barbed wire?
Whatever the hell. It's
Bob-
sharp.
Is it
Barbed
Uncle,
wire.
Uncle Bob wire?
Uncle Bob wire. They got the razor wire. They got to have razor wire.
Unless
that
she
thing.
just pushes through it. I don't know.
So I grew up by the airport. Yeah, the section I'm thinking of where you can park and look at the airplanes, that has razor
Yeah.
wire, barbed wire on it. But I don't know. I mean, like it is a large property, so it goes all the way around from
Yeah.
Gates into Scottsville Road into the city there. So I don't. Maybe she found a soft spot.
Apparently.
But you would
And
think
they
after
never
like the
fixed it.
second time, they might fix that soft spot.
Yeah.
And that's
At least take the ladder down she left.
I think that's the most interesting part of this. Not to be a dick or anything.
Yeah.
And I get that they caught her every time
Yeah.
that they're aware of,
Mhm.
which is good.
Right.
But like, I gotta take my shoes off to go through a metal detector, and this woman continues to somehow get over the fence and she's on the runway.
Yeah.
Or okay, it doesn't say on the runway, but she's getting close to the runway,
Yeah.
right? Like how do you have all that security there, and then this happens 6 times?
Hey, does this screw up the... I wonder if they had to stop the flight.
Oh, good question.
Oh,
that would
yeah.
piss me off.
Delay some
Like if we're
stuff.
taking off and now we got to wait.
Yeah.
And like I guess the biggest problem with this story,
Yeah.
aside from the security,
The danger.
the danger, all that stuff, there isn't really anything you can do to stop her. It sounds because
She's going to try it again.
yes, if the allegations are true, this is the 6th time. You can't lock a woman up for life because she keeps running at airplanes, right? That wouldn't be
Yeah.
fair punishment. So do you just keep stopping her and hope that she doesn't get where she's trying to go? Could we maybe hang her picture in a guard tower?
Well, you could put her on house arrest. That way you can monitor when she...
Oh
leaves
no,
the house.
that's a really good idea because I'm sure if you told her don't go here, she would observe that idea.
No, but they know when you leave the house.
Yeah, they it's not like there's a cop
Getting
outside.
closer, but they see the beep and it's getting closer to the airport.
Do you know how house arrest works?
Yeah, what if she lives near the airport?
And no, but
Well, then you got to make her move. You got to move.
it's not like the
1,000 feet from the airport at all times.
It's not like the second you leave the house, like there's cops that swarm you
No,
immediately.
but I always thought like they monitor, like they know you're moving around.
No, it depends
Like
on
a
what,
GPS.
it depends on what you're wearing. There are some that go off like an electric fence when you like cross a certain thing and they know you've left. There are some where they can find you. By the way, if
Get
she
her one of them high-end ones.
can just cut it off.
Well, you would know once you cut her up, they know that.
Yeah, okay. And doesn't keep her from running towards the airport again.
Well, if you can't lock her up and I can't monitor her, then yeah, you can't stop her.
So what do you do?
Keep catching her when she comes over the fence. Have somebody waiting at the other end of the fence.
But here's the funny part, too, right?
Fence patrol.
They already have
I
fence
know.
patrol. This started in 2022. It's going to be 2025.
Yeah.
6 times in between, if this newest allegation is true. You can't even predict when she's going. It's not like she's trying every day. It was 6 times in a matter of 3 years.
So I wonder if she's driving a car there and getting out. If somebody's dropping her off, does she walk there?
Okay.
Like leave the car someplace else and then walk to the airport?
But even if she's
because that would be weird. If I saw somebody walking into the airport, like from outside,
Yeah.
like when I'm pulling in where the sign is,
Sure.
that would be kind of weird.
But it would be less suspicious to drive a car because there's that section, and I grew up right down the street from it, where you could park your car and watch planes take off.
Yeah.
There's guys there every
Yeah.
single day. So she could drive right up there and then,
Yeah.
bloop, try and catch me now, you got me. All right, moral of the story, don't jump the fence at the airport.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. We could see a changing of the tide right now.
Oh, wow. What's going on?
So, Kimmy, if you follow your Tommy Tells It Like It Is statistics closely,
Yeah.
you are aware that Tommy has yet to pick against
There's
the
a
Bills this
pattern.
season.
There's a pattern.
And not only that, he goes big for all statistics for the
Yep.
Bills, right? But Tommy has a crush on the head coach of the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell. He's been crapping on McDermott.
Coach of the year.
Yep. He just said a little while ago that he has sources that tell him Josh Allen wants to leave the Buffalo Bills.
Looking that way to me, man.
He only talks to his dog, by the way, so it was Lily. And I don't know if I'm happy you may make this turn, because that means you're not going to speak awful into existence because you had a golden sombrero offer last week.
Yeah.
Or if you doing this puts the final nail in the coffin of the universe
The
working
kibosh.
against. Yeah. We'll get into it. Hey, Tommy Tells It Like It Is on a Football Friday. Next, here in the break room on CMF. Bills-Lions game of the year. 425 live Sunday right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch a game,
watch it.
go hang out with the handsomest boy in the reddest Keon Coleman jersey you'll ever see. I'll be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room on Sunday in Chai. Delicious food, fantastic drink, and me.
Good times.
Come spend your afternoon watching the Bills with myself at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chai with your crew from CMF. All right, Tommy's coming off a golden sombrero, an 0 for week last week.
Well, it was a disaster of a week.
Yeah, no, I agree. You were a disaster.
So were the Bills.
Okay. And like we were just talking about, Tommy all season long has not only picked the Bills to win every game,
I believed.
he has picked the Bills to almost exceed every pick that we've laid out.
Oh,
I go all in.
But there's a change happening.
Yep.
The combination of the Bills losing last week, I think that's less of a factor.
No, I got burned, man. I got smoked.
Tommy
Yeah, he
loves the head coach of the Detroit Lions.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a
Yep.
big old man crush. I feel like something could change today.
Really?
The tides have turned.
Maybe. There's only one way to find out. Because there are some football experts that'll tell you what you want to hear. But only one.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the Break Room on WCMF.
Tommy, are you ready? Over under. It's an Irish over under now. 3.5 touchdowns for Josh Allen. Josh Allen, he's crushing the touchdown.
Oh, he's a
total in the
machine.
NFL. Yes, he has 11 total touchdowns in his last 2 games. The kid's on fire. It seems he can't be stopped. And what makes this pick, Tommy, as high as it is, even more appealing,
Yeah, what is that?
the Lions' defense is banged up bad. They could be missing up to 7 opening day starters, depending on how the injury report goes for the rest of this week. So taking the over here seems like a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
But you have to consider, the kid can't do this every week.
Mhm.
The coaching staff can't ask him to do it every week. And
No.
I know it's easy to forget about this Bills running game after what happened in L.A. last week, but it's not out of the question. They try to keep the Lions offense off the field by controlling the clock with James Cook and Ray Davis, which would lead to them scoring potentially over Josh. And, I mean, Kimmy, we see the games where they commit to the run. All of a sudden, Ray Davis has a touchdown. James
Yeah.
Cook has 2
You never
touchdowns, right? And Josh has a weird stat line, but he still plays great. Ask yourself this question.
I know, yeah. Internally, yeah.
Are the odds good or bad that Josh ends up with over 15 touchdowns in 3 games? Or are the Bills ready to alleviate the pressure he puts on himself? Over under 3.5 total touchdowns for Josh Allen on Sunday.
The kid's got to be out of gas. He has to be.
Oh, you think
Oh.
he's
And he's got to
slowing
be
down?
frustrated.
Oh, okay.
And that performance that he put out there,
Yeah.
and then this is what happens. The guy scores 6 touchdowns, and he loses.
He didn't look defeated. He
Well,
looked
they-
like
you
he
know,
was ready to go. He
Of course
saw
he is.
that
He's-
as a challenge.
He's got to put the game face on. He's a captain.
Yeah,
I don't know. According to you, when he gets to that point, he looks like what do you call him?
You know
what
what,
was it
man?
called again? I don't
Detroit
remember.
is on the water. And you may see
Yeah.
Lighthouse Boy making an
Oh,
appearance.
is he back?
Maybe.
Wow.
I no.
Wow.
The Josh train is done.
So?
What?
What?
Wait.
For this game,
like
it ain't
done.
Done.
Or-
It's done for this game.
So the Josh train stops in Detroit.
Oh yeah. All off.
So are you over or under 3.5 touchdowns for Josh Allen on Sunday?
Oon. Da
All
for the
right.
Lighthouse Boy.
Let's get to our second pick.
Mm.
For Tommy Bueller?
Oh, this is very-
Over under 1/2 an interception for Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Here's a fun fact.
Yeah.
Up until last week, the Bills had gotten a turnover in every single game this season. And a turnover at any point in that Rams game would have won the game for the Bills.
Yeah.
Now, you walk into Detroit against a quarterback who's having a very strange interception season. Tommy, he's only thrown 1 interception in the last 4 weeks, and he's really good at protecting the ball. He's only had 2 games this season with multiple interceptions.
Yeah.
But there is one game that stands out.
What is this? Listen.
Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions against the Houston Texans in a single game back in November. By the way, the Lions won that game,
Wow.
but he had 1 interception or as many interceptions in 1 game as Josh has thrown all year long. However, you take that game out, you have a tie for Josh and Jared interceptions. Keep in mind,
Yes.
this week so far, starting cornerback Rasul Douglas and starting safety Taylor Rapp have not practiced.
Right.
There is no guarantee. Maybe it's even doubtful that they play on Sunday. That would hurt the Bills on the back end, and also you would assume hurt their chances at
You gotta
interception.
watch that back end, buddy.
Over under
Get stung on that back end.
1/2 an interception for Lions quarterback Jared Goff.
So he'd have to cough it up how many times?
Just one would be the over.
Yeah. Goff don't cough. Ain't happening. Put that on a T-shirt.
Okay, cough it up as
And give it to Dan Campbell.
Cough it up as a fumble. You don't cough
I
up
just
an
asked
interception.
you. No, I just asked you.
No, it's
I said just how many times you cough it up?
and I said he would have to throw one interception.
Yeah.
That's not
He
what
ain't coughing it up. Goff don't cough. He ain't
Okay, so you're not.
You don't
so
think
you're-
Dan Campbell's got this kid ready?
He's not a kid, by the way.
Yeah,
like
he's been around.
72.
He's older than Josh. Isn't
Much
he?
older.
Yeah.
So he's wise.
Ah,
Detroit wise.
By the way,
Tough
that
town.
veteran presence.
here's the thing. I know from personal experience that age has nothing to do with wisdom. I mean, you think the Bills are going to go back-to-back weeks without an interception after the success they've had all season long?
Well, they look pretty rough, man.
Okay.
I think they got stung bad.
Yeah, but
This is second road trip, having to come back home and go back out.
they've been doing that all season long.
Oh, you tell me it's tough, man. This
It
turn
is
tough.
But Kimmy, if I'm not mistaken,
Different time zone.
the
By
Bills.
the way, I mean, the Jared Goff could throw an
It's
interception.
not. Hold on, stop. It's not different time zones. It's Detroit.
Is Detroit the same time zone?
Yeah.
Are
I'm
you
sorry,
sure?
Kimmy. I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes, I'm positive.
It's not an hour behind. It's not Central.
No, same time zone.
All right.
It's Chicago.
But it's close.
No, it's not even close.
Oh, it's close.
Not
Chicago's
even
right
close.
over there.
It's not even close. Oh, Kimmy, you were saying. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say. By the
Pizza's
way, I mean, just because if Jared Goff threw an interception, it doesn't mean that Detroit would necessarily lose the game.
No.
You know, those things happen
Oh,
throughout a game.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Tommy tells it like it is. Disaster edition. He is under 3.5 touchdowns for Josh Allen. He is under 1/2 an interception for Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Are you ready for your third pick? Over under. 1/2 a touchdown catch for Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, I love that kid.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Funny dad. Good guy.
I'll get you there. Hold on.
He's a saint. On top of that, he's been sainted.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is the Lions' leading wide receiver. But that's not why we're bringing him
And
up.
he's cool.
As you just heard in the excitement in this little man's voice,
Yeah.
every once in a while, Tommy takes a weird interest in random NFL players.
Yep.
Why do you love St. Brown?
Well, he was a nice kid, and his father was hysterical.
Where did you find this out?
On Netflix, it's the receiver series. They did the quarterback one. Now
Yep.
they're doing the receiver.
It's
Very
how,
entertaining.
Tommy does his research. Netflix.
Well, they do it for you.
At least
Like
once.
a cheat sheet.
Amon-Ra St. Brown comes up at least once a week in this room.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He's got a weird-ass dad. You brought that up.
No, he's very entertaining.
He's a professional bodybuilder. That dude's
yes,
a
I forgot.
weirdo.
Yeah, but he was like Mr. World.
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Like you put him and Dan Campbell together, that's a wall of man right there, bro.
Amon-Ra St. Brown also had foot and mouth disease
Yes,
during the season.
And he played on it, which is like extremely painful. And I think he got like 100 yards or something like that.
St. Brown
Something like that.
leads the Lions wide receivers with 9 touchdown catches. And as great as this Bills D has been against shutting down primary options for quarterbacks this year, that they couldn't stop Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp last week. That's been the one game, Kimmy, where they could not stop the primary guy. Do the Bills find a way to lock it down this week? Over under 1/2 a touchdown catch for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, they're not going to stop that kid. I mean, he's got 2 great influences in his life: his daddy and his coach. And you know, those 2 guys, he looks up to those 2 guys.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
I mean,
if you had a cool dad, you wouldn't look up to him? Listen, I don't, but we don't know.
it's something I can't even
I don't know.
fathom.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I would love to have his father as my father. So I'm going to take, what is it, over?
What is it, over?
One touchdown?
1/2 a touchdown.
Oh,
catch.
you don't think that kid's getting in?
It's your pick.
He don't want to go home and face his dad not getting in.
You mean the guy who's not a weirdo, you just said?
He's not. He's bodybuilder.
I don't want to go.
Bodybuilders are normal.
You don't want to go home and face that not weirdo guy for no reason.
They just starve themselves to death to work out like crazy.
So you are over 1/2 a touchdown catch for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Okay.
All hail the saint.
The Bills, despite giving up 44 points to a middling Rams team last week, has had this line fly all over the place.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Because they opened up as 2.5-point dogs. A day later, they were 1.5-point dogs. It moved back to 2.5, and I'm checking right now just to be safe because it's been moving so much. Your Buffalo Bills, 2.5-point dogs.
All right.
But what's interesting about that?
What's up?
If this game was played on a neutral field, like the Super Bowl, for example,
Yeah.
Bills would be favored by half a point.
All right.
It's 3 points for a home game. The Bills have been underdogs in 3 previous games this season. They have a win against Miami in Miami. They lost to Baltimore and Houston back-to-back, so they are 1-2 as underdogs. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if not, do they keep it within 2 points of the Lions?
Ooh, 2 points. So you asked me if the Bills win.
Do the Bills win this game?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we are in week
Wow.
15, week 15, and we
No,
got our first
sir.
no.
Go home.
Do they cover the 2.5?
Oh, no.
Really?
No.
What are you thinking?
What am I thinking here? I'm thinking about maybe it gets a little crazy.
Yeah.
And it could be a Detroit
Uh-huh.
Bob Seger
Uh-huh.
blowout.
You have the
For
Lions.
the Lions.
You have the Lions blowing out the Bills.
Yeah, by 10.
Okay, you have the
They'll,
Lions.
they'll win by 10.
You have the Lions winning by 10 or more.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the last time these two teams met 2 years ago, the Bills won on a walk-off field goal. And the only game the Bills have lost by more than one possession this season was that Ravens game where half the defense was gone.
Yeah. They've never faced a team like this.
Also, I'd like you to keep in mind the Lions, despite having the best point differential in the NFL, the last 2 games have been 3-point wins. One of them against the Bears on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but they win the game. They win the games they have to win. They figure out a way to win.
So that would then
They don't
say,
get blown out and then try to come back and then lose again like they did last week.
but if they find a way to win, that would kind of wipe out your theory of a blowout.
No. They got those behind them, Pat.
But
That's
you
behind
just said
you,
the
baby.
opposite of that.
They're behind
You
it.
just said the
That's
opposite of that.
that's the past. This is the future.
Okay.
This is the reincarnation of the '86 Bears.
Their defense is
Was it
terrible.
85 Bears.
It was
85
the 85 Bears. The 86. The defense is not what the Lions.
Pick either bear.
No, but the Bears in 85, the offense wasn't good.
Mhm.
It was the defense.
Yeah.
It's the opposite with the Lions.
I'm just saying they're going to be that good.
Oh my God.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What you say? It's crazy.
All right, so Tommy, we have our good buddies Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan.
Yeah.
And for the Let's Go Duffalo podcast,
Hold on.
Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duff
Coming.
so fast, buddy Duffy.
Duffy, buddy.
I say at the end of this game, my boy's going to be celebrating.
Who's your boy?
Who do you think my boy
Well,
is?
I want to clarify.
There's a new boy in town,
Well, he's in his own town.
and it's Coach Soups is going to be celebrating on the sideline.
Dan Campbell.
Coach Soups
Yeah.
is going to be celebrating on the sideline.
By doing?
They might have him up on his shoulders, bare chested. He may.
So we're getting a bare-chested
You
Coach
might
Soup.
get Dan Campbell and St. Brown's daddy both standing on the
Shut
Lions
up.
logo, flexing, shirtless.
All right, so hold on. You just picked a lot of
Because you know, like
different
the Bills
I
are going
know.
with the bare feet. Well, the Lions are going with the bare chest.
All right, so
So they might start a new thing where the guys walk around in their bare chest based on how well built their coach is and one of the daddies of the players.
I feel like this is more of a fantasy of yours than it is a bonus pick.
Did you have a dream about this? I mean,
Who doesn't like to look at good physiques?
All right, so the bonus pick is Dan Campbell will be carried off the field shirtless, but before that,
Or after. I'm not sure how
Okay.
how it all plays
but
out.
at some point, a shirtless Dan Campbell
And
Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad,
Dad.
will be flexing
who
on
was
the...
a Mr. Universe twice.
You
Yeah.
said this 6
Yeah.
times.
Twice.
We got it.
You know how hard
We
that
got
is
it.
to do?
but he has to be on the field.
You
On
don't think
the-
they're going to let him on the field?
He said on the Lions logo,
Yeah.
both
Yeah.
of them will be
All right.
shirtless
All right.
flexing. Okay. Okay.
Eminem might even run out there. You never know.
Is he going to have his shirt on?
I don't think so. I don't think that kid can hang with those two guys.
Okay, so he keeps his shirt on.
I think Eminem's like my size, isn't he?
No, you say that about people whose height you don't know to try and sound like more of a man. Danger and Ryan, just after 9 o'clock. And again, our predictions, we don't know what Ryan's going to be. We've had an Eminem
Oh, yeah.
prediction. We've had a Bob Seger prediction. Tommy's going with auto worker.
Yeah,
But those are like the only 3 Detroit things you could be.
that we can think of.
Yeah, unless he comes as an abandoned home. But he knows all about that.
But he was raised in almost abandoned home, so that's not far-fetched.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
This story is one of those things where it's like, oh, man, this shouldn't happen. But then you see it, and it's like, okay, this makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. Because guys have a really hard time at not making fun things uncomfortable
Yeah.
and even violent. Because there are some fun places you are most likely to see a fight. And this might be, even though we're naive to it,
Yeah.
a number one.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You need a place to blow off steam, Tommy.
Yeah, where do you go, though?
Get away from the hustle, bustle, job, family, have fun with a hobby.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, when competition enters that fold, things can get heated. And it's possible that a place like this is the most likely place for folks that are having fun
Yeah.
to also decide someone needs a punch in the face. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. This happened all the way back in October, but we're just hearing about it this week. This happened at Outlaw Motor Speedway in Dundee, just east of us.
Racetrack.
You got it. Authorities say an argument led to one person, and I quote, subjecting another person to unwanted physical contact, which resulted in an injury. A 33-year-old suspect ended up turning himself into the police. He was arrested, charged with assault. He has a court date upcoming. And it's kind of funny because, Tommy, folks on social media were shocked like something like this could happen at Outlaw Motor Speedway.
Ruffians at the racetrack?
It's like being surprised by a stabbing at Dave's knife and bipolar medication at Porham. But what we don't know about this story.
Yeah.
How and where the allegations happen. Because this could be an argument between two folks watching a race.
Yep.
This could be an argument between two folks on opposing crews participating.
Yeah.
I'd assume at a track where local and regional racers show up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the kind of place, right?
Oh, sure.
Right? There's a Dream Chaser.
Yeah.
So the second one is in play here.
Competition.
And, Tommy, you've actually been to more of these racetracks than I have. I'm completely naive to this.
Yeah.
Does it get heated at these places?
It depends on who I was going with.
For example?
So if you were going to some events, it could get a little dicey.
Okay.
With some of the crews that were there.
Like competition-wise?
Competition-wise, side gambling. I don't know if that's going on at these places.
Sure, yeah.
But, yeah, it could happen.
Okay.
But,
all right.
I would say this. The drag racing crowd seemed to be rougher than the dirt track.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I would have thought the opposite.
I would, too. But it was the opposite.
252-WCMF, 252-9263, because, again, I've been to a local racetrack one time, had a blast, really nice people. You were only riding bitch on back of motorcycles to go there.
Well, at least I got a ride. You had to walk.
There's a strange side-by-side
Yeah.
when it comes to guys and their hobbies, because we need things to get us away from real life. And escape where we can be distracted, spend time with friends, maybe
Having fun.
Yeah,
Raising hell.
unwind, not get bogged down by the realities of life all the time. But in doing so,
Yeah.
guys also have a tendency to get super aggressive, and in this de-stressing hobby, make more stress for themselves.
Yeah.
Right now, we're talking about a racetrack here, but you also see this in beer league hockey, pickleball, every softball league.
Any place where there's men in sports.
Yeah.
Or competition, period.
You spend money, you take time away from your family, you go to a place that's supposed to be your escape, only to watch guys end up in a fist fight over a slash or an out call or a maneuver somebody tried on the track.
Right. And a lot of the times, like I'm just thinking, especially like rec sport wise, where you see those big fights happen, it's over something that doesn't matter.
Oh, all of it.
None of it matters.
None of it matters.
Because that's not where the fight isn't about what happened in the moment. It's about all the anger you're walking around with.
Man.
Because you can't punch a system.
Wow.
But you can punch the guy next to you.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell it at a rock shop. You can't punch the system,
Can't,
man.
buddy.
Can't punch City Hall.
Where is it?
It doesn't exist. It's up
Well, it
there.
exists, but you can't see it.
Man.
But it controls your ass.
Here's my question.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where is the most likely place you're going to see two amateur adult men get into a fight? And I'm not talking like a bar argument. I mean something you are participating in that goes south with somebody else.
I will say one. The one place, and I've never really played this game very much, but I've seen a lot of like anger was golf.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Especially
Yeah.
in Florida. I saw, because I used to play once in a while and I sucked at it, but I saw more arguments that got into screaming matches and guys walking up on each other on golf courses than all the times we spent in comedy clubs.
So it wasn't guys that were playing together. It was you hit up on them too.
Hit up on me.
Yeah. And you're
going
already
too-
frustrated because you're not playing well.
You're going too slow. Don't tell me how to putt.
Gotcha.
Like, it was ugly. And I was always surprised. And like, these were nice courses, and these guys were dicks.
How often, though, did that get physical? Like, I can understand a lot of arguments, a lot of yelling and screaming, a lot of, I'm going to tell on you. But how often did it actually
I don't know. But it
get
could have.
physical?
Okay, but
And, you add alcohol into that and beer carts and everything else.
I mean, everything you're saying makes sense.
Overpriced hot dogs.
But by the way, they're the best hot dogs you'll ever have,
Yeah.
right? You're hot, you're drunk,
Mhm.
and hot dog.
They are delicious.
But here's the thing, Kimmy's right. I mean, I don't
I'm going to
remember.
have you kicked out of this place.
I don't remember us ever talking about a story
Meet
of a
me at the clubhouse.
fist fight at a golf course. Can you remember a golf course fist fight story?
I'm sure it's happened.
Oh, yeah.
But we would have done it immediately because
Yeah.
Tommy would have done so many great voices.
I think they cover them up, though.
Or
I don't
they
think the
get,
club
or they
lets it
just, or
out.
you just get kicked out, and you know what I mean.
They go, it's
Big
big
golf covers it up because it's bad for the course,
Again-
especially if you're a private course.
Again, if
that
somebody
stuff gets swept under the table.
if somebody wants to press charges, it's out of the course's hands. If it goes in the police blotter.
They pay out, they go away.
The golf course is paying a man who was punched in the face.
Yeah, just shut up, man. We'll waive your membership this year.
They all work in Brooklyn too for some reason. All the Brooklyn guys bought golf courses. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story happened at the Outlaw Motor Speedway east of us in Dundee back in October, but we have this today because a 33-year-old suspect ended up turning himself into the police this week after police say an argument led to, and I quote, subjecting another person to unwanted physical contact that resulted in an injury. He's been charged with assault. He's got a court date upcoming, and we're trying to figure out where two men, amateurs just trying to blow off steam, are most likely to get into a fist fight. Because, like, hockey, I live in that hockey world.
Yeah.
It can get bad, but it all depends. Because, like, some rinks in town are known for fighting more than others.
Oh.
In, like, beer league. It also feels like folks that just started playing hockey as adults are more likely to cause problems than guys and gals that have played their whole lives.
Well, maybe you're not. You take those hits a little more personally.
There's no
maybe?
hitting. There's no contact in beer league
Yeah.
No,
hockey.
but that's what I mean. Like somebody accidentally hits you.
Okay, maybe.
You're not supposed to be doing this.
I know that hockey is, like, known for that, but it's not as bad as some people think, like the amateur fighting. Like, most of the time.
It's like pushing and shoving.
I would almost
Yeah.
think there's more fighting between parents in travel hockey
Yeah,
than there is on
I'm with
the
you on
actual ice. On the actual ice of rec league hockey.
That's a good call.
Hmm.
How bad is pickleball when it comes to fist fights?
Ooh.
Well, we've heard of arguments over court time, but I don't know if that actually results in, again, a physical situation.
Maybe the fact that it's played with couples tones it down a little bit.
Oh, I only think you're saying that because your wife made you play tennis one time.
Yes.
I don't know how many couples play pickleball together.
It kind of looks like a couple's sport.
Well, no, I mean, you play with somebody else, but I see a lot of dudes, like buddies. Like, my
Oh.
brother's in a pickleball league with his buddy.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. He misunderstood what it was. He thought he was getting a jar of pickles. Did you guys see that video? It went viral a couple of weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago. It's two groups of dudes playing pickleball with each other. There was an argument about something. He reached out to, like, do a high five with his paddle to an opponent,
Yeah.
and the guy kicked him in the face and knocked him unconscious.
Wait, like a karate move?
Yeah, like, cha, and he knocked him out cold. The guy went down like a sack of potatoes. Very scary.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it is pickle.
It's hard to know, though, what kind of sport pickleball is. Because, Tommy, it feels like a country club sport.
But it's for everybody because it's cheap.
Exactly. So country club sports don't have many fights.
No.
But then there are courts, like you said, in every town. It could be free some places.
Yeah.
We've seen crime stories where there are issues at pickleball courts. So is pickleball rough or is pickleball fancy?
I don't think it's fancy.
But is it rough?
Or you can get hurt. But I would go like manly sport. He's got a paddle. You can't be holding a paddle.
Sometimes it's like the most lame sports, though. Like, it's stupid stuff that isn't even
matter.
Again, like it's a gym class activity that gets out of hand.
I will say this, and I know this isn't a common one, so I didn't even want to bring it up. When I was like 18,
Yeah.
I worked as a dodgeball referee
Oh.
at a local bar /
Okay.
gym. And the worst arguments, every night there was almost a fight.
Yeah.
And these were grown-ass men playing dodgeball against each other on like a Tuesday. And it was a nightmare of a job. And they had to keep paying us more because everyone wanted to quit. One night, a dude from one team slashed the tires of a man from another team
my
Okay.
God.
after a dodgeball game.
Like, how sad is that? You have to explain that to somebody.
Like your kids. What about kickball? Because that was a big rage here for a while.
Yeah, I played kickball. I mean, I played that season where you tried to kick the ball and then fell down trying to run.
Yeah, I've
that
never
comes
heard
up.
of many issues with it.
Yeah, I never witnessed anything uncomfortable.
Because there's drinking involved.
Yeah.
and
I think
some people would
are-
take it serious. Some people are just out there for fun. Because I think that's one of the
But then
issues.
you're mad at your own team.
But I was just thinking, like, when you have those type of sports where some people are taking it serious and some aren't,
Okay,
that
good call.
pisses people off.
Good call.
Because they're just there to goof around and, you know, hang and get drunk.
Yeah.
And then somebody else is like all serious, like softball games where one guy shows up dressed like the Yankees. Like it's
There's always that guy.
those softball leagues have got to have some problems.
I would, but again, that's also hit or miss because I played in softball leagues where everybody's great
I've
buddies.
heard some bad stories about softball leagues.
I've also seen that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I mean, I'm not as deep in the softball world as I am the hockey world.
Yeah.
Or the dodgeball world.
Well, I think that the thing with softball too is there are different levels of it. To your point, like you could just go and play in like a co-ed. This is just for fun kind of thing. But then you have those professional travel
Traveling.
team adult leagues that gets really serious.
Going for the championship.
So I played on a buddy's softball league, and this is horrifying. One summer when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
And there was this guy who could play really well. And he could put the ball wherever he wanted it. And if he got mad at the pitcher, he would continue to try to hit the pitcher in the head.
Oh.
Really?
And nobody was like, hey, don't do that. And I'm sitting there, and he's like,
He's a headhunter.
Yeah, as he's talking about this, and he's exactly the kind of guy you think you
Yeah.
would look like, right? But I'm here listening to this guy talk, and I'm waiting for someone else standing around to be like, hey, let's not try and kill this guy
Yeah, no kidding.
at a town park. And everyone's like, oh, yeah. Like, it was insane. It was insane, Tommy.
Do they still have those adult flag football leagues?
I'm sure they do.
Oh, I bet you they exist.
'Cause that's another one that you could have some fights.
I almost got in a fight in one of those when I was
Yeah.
in my 20s.
Because I knew buddies who used to play in that. It would get really like pushing and shoving and
Yeah.
stuff. Somebody would open tackle somebody.
Yep.
A kid in Scooby-Doo pajama pants tried to throw
No.
a punch at me. I swear to God. And I didn't even point
You
out
gotta
after.
appreciate that.
Well, no, I'm
Just
just,
rolled
That's
out of
ballsy.
bed.
just saying, man.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to throw a punch, put
Yeah.
on some better pants.
More intimidating cartoon.
Gimme, does this happen with women in their adult activity? Serious question.
Well, I mean, I do know, like the women that I do know that play in the competitive rec leagues are very competitive people. So I'd imagine like there's some arguments, but I've never done it, so I don't have that experience.
So, like, when it comes to the rec leagues that women are known
like
for.
I know a couple women that play soccer,
Okay.
in those adult leagues, and I mean they take it seriously.
But do they get into fights or they just give each other like eating disorders?
I want one of them to come in here right now and punch you in the face.
And give me an eating disorder.
You already have one.
I've seen soccer, volleyball's
Yeah.
a big one, basketball,
Yeah.
and hockey. For
But we
women.
would
Right,
hear
right.
chicks are really pounding on each other, man.
No, but maybe that's one of those things where it's just like, oh, it's just two chicks. Let them go. It's fine. Everybody go their separate
I don't,
ways.
if you touch
I
him,
there's
you're in trouble.
I mean, I'd imagine
Yeah,
there's
break
some
them up. Just let
rivalries.
them cat fight. Pour water on them.
All right. Stop punching people in the face.
Yeah.
How about that? As we are now less than 2 weeks away from Christmas.
Yeah.
Right? The heat is on for finding that perfect gift.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a headline we're going to read that is borderline. It should be illegal. Because the idea locally of giving people, giving people this idea locally, if anybody gives this gift, even if the person asks for it, you're in a world of hurt. And Kimmy, I don't even know how this would legally be able to happen.
I don't either, but I know that there are other similar gifts that people will ask for that I would feel maybe a little uncomfortable purchasing.
We'll get into it, and we'll do it next year in the break room on CMF. the holidays, if someone asks you for something and you can afford it, well, you'll get it for them, right?
Absolutely.
Super easy. Wrong.
What?
There are certain things you never buy for the people in your life.
We can't get too intimate.
Well, it's not even that. Like, yeah, I get it. Buying a sex toy for your buddy Al, if he asked for it, would be weird. But buying these specific things, even if they ask, will one day come back to bite you in the ass. And this is example A, number 1.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF headline. Oh, by the way, before we get there,
Yeah.
today is the day. Tops Food for Families food drive to benefit FoodLink. You can stop by the Tops Friendly Markets on Mount Read Boulevard in Greece, drop off non-perishable items or cash donations throughout today, all day.
Yeah, you got to help people.
Yes, you do, as you subscribe to.
Oh, you all do.
You can also purchase a little brown bag of hope for either $5, $10, or $20 at any neighborhood Tops Friendly Markets through December 24th or online at topsmarkets.com/littlebrownbags. Every bag purchased includes nutritious. I got the B's down.
Nutritious. Hey, what's your nutritious?
Every bag purchased includes nutritious food needed by FoodLink to help local families in need. Go do good, because my mouth don't work no more. With your friends from CMF. Headline on News 8 this week.
Whatever.
Should Ozempic be on your holiday wish list?
You cannot do that.
So for those who are still in the dark, Ozempic is one of those weight loss shot drugs. You take it, it suppresses your appetite, you lose weight. That's
And it's not
fine.
cheap.
No, and it's become very popular.
Yeah.
However, right. So story gets into whether or not going on something like Ozempic would be good for everyone, what it entails. But the way they write the headline gives the impression there will be people giving Ozempic for Christmas to folks that ask them for it, which I don't even think is possible because I'm pretty sure you need a prescription to get it.
But I guess you give them the money for it, kind of like a gift card.
Gift card for Ozempic?
$1,000. Isn't it like almost like $1,000 a shot?
I guess it depends on your insurance, if you have conditions that would
a
doctor would prescribe it, all these things. But let's put all that aside for
right.
a second. Just the idea of giving someone Ozempic for Christmas. Are you out of your mind?
For all your Christmas fatties.
Thank you.
You so fat.
What the? Even if there are some things, even if that person asks you for it,
and it's something that they really, really want,
you never purchase them as a gift.
It makes for a tough gift.
I would think weight loss drug is a number 1 on that list. No diet drugs, no shots, no nothing. Kimmy?
Yeah.
What's second on that list?
It's got, I would think any type of workout equipment could be seen as a little odd.
No,
anything about your appearance that you want to upgrade. Like if you imagine if you bought your wife makeup. Like, you know what, honey? I think I'd rather see this on you.
100%.
You would be wearing it yourself.
Well, that's different. I mean, we're talking about somebody though that is asking for these things.
Nope, not buying it.
I'm not touching it.
Not doing it. No
not touching it.
effing chance.
Because I mean, it isn't. I mean, there are people that buy treadmills and you name the specific.
They don't buy them twice.
And you know what those people are called? Divorced.
Yeah, you're out.
I mean, look, the line when it comes to like cosmetics or things that my wife like wants to put on her body.
I wouldn't even trust my husband to buy that. You
wouldn't trust any husband.
My line is perfume, and only if she specifically asks me for.
I don't
one
think I've
thing.
ever bought a wife or any girl perfume even, because that's so personal.
Yeah.
So like no,
but even if you knew what she liked, you wouldn't buy it for her. Yeah. Like if you knew what she wore,
it would have to be a direct request. I think I still pass.
No, but I mean, you're right. Anything that has to do with changing someone's body. A treadmill, even if they ask for it, no.
The appearance,
a gym membership, even if they ask for it, no. I mean, you're even walking a tightrope with, like, athleisure gym clothing.
Like your Lululemon and stuff
like
that.
I mean, there's 1,000 different companies.
I was going to say, but that's not.
But
that's something she could just wear every day.
Like, if she wanted that, like, let's say your wife wanted Lululemon.
Yeah.
I would just get a gift card so she could pick out whatever she wants.
Nope.
I'm not going to pick out that outfit for her. At all.
No, but see, if I got my wife a gift card, she would feel like it's not personal enough. Like, we have a same bank account. You're just giving me our money.
Yeah, but I also don't want to pick anything out that would be inappropriate.
Agree with you. Or, God forbid, I get the wrong size.
Right.
If it's too big, what am I saying? If it's too small, what am I saying? And let me put it this way. When it comes to the appearance stuff, the Ozempic, the diet drugs, the treadmill, the gym membership, the athleisure, the makeup, even if they ask for it, one day, during an argument down the road, it will get thrown back in your face that you got them that stuff because you wanted them to change.
Yes.
Right? Or if it's your kid, it'll come up in therapy one day that you got them workout sneakers, which made their body issues worse. Like, the fact that we live in the time that we live in, and we are still having this discussion after watching our fathers make all the mistakes that they made, blows my mind.
Yeah, we haven't changed one iota.
How? Learn. Stop paying for the sins of your fathers.
Yeah.
You know, I would think like any kind of self-improvement gift. No.
It's sketchy.
Is kind of hard to hand over to somebody. Again, even if they really want it, because you are saying like, yeah, you should change, you know?
Like even like it's like an improvement thing, like for like any skill or hobby you have or anything that tells me, yeah, you kind of suck at what you're doing right now.
Oh, you're going that far.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I would actually see that as more of a I'm paying attention kind of gift.
Yeah, but you ain't because you suck at your hobby.
Like,
I'm
let's
paying
say
attention to you, not paying attention to your hobby.
Here's where you need to anything where I'm saying here's where you need to improve in life. I am staying away from.
But what if she
Gifts
said?
should be fun.
Preach,
period.
brother. Preach, brother. Preach.
What if she said though, I want to learn a new language or something like that?
Well,
You would
but
feel funny buying her
Language tapes.
or like
Or
like
here comes-
lessons
here
or
comes
something like that.
Old man comes in with the muzzy.
Language tapes.
Would you like some language cassettes? Well, no. If she don't speak the language and she's learning from scratch,
All right.
I'm okay with that one. I'd be okay with like
Okay.
a year-long membership to Babbel. That's what you're.
Yeah,
looking
like I don't think that would be a bad gift if it's something new that they want to learn.
Okay, yeah, because it's something completely new they've never
Yeah.
done.
But like, if my wife is taking French lessons and I get her stuff to help with that, no.
Yeah. Well, yeah, once you've embarked on that journey, I am off. I'm not touching it.
Nailed it. 252 WCMF. This discussion comes off a headline on News 8 this week. Should Ozempic be on your holiday wish list? And the idea that anybody would think of Ozempic as a gift, if it's even possible, is mind-blowing. So we talked about the body improvement stuff, and that's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big one. There are other things on the never gift list, especially if you are a man buying for your partner.
Just the way it looks.
Never, ever, ever, even if they ask for it, get your partner something to clean the house with.
Cleaning supplies.
No,
Which is sometimes a big thing that somebody would want.
Any appliance.
Thank you. No
Yeah.
vacuum, no dishwasher,
Any
no
kind of
refrigerator.
grunt work you're going to do around the house?
Nothing. Nothing like that.
Like I said, let's say your wife got into like baking. Just
hold
getting
on.
in. Just getting in.
Hold
No,
on.
Give us
but
one of
some
them
of that
fancy
stuff
mixers.
is, I mean, she would be thrilled to have some of that stuff. Because
Okay.
it's not cheap.
Let's draw the line.
Right.
If it's not a household necessity,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Okay.
You need vacuum, you need a washer dryer, you need a refrigerator. Those are no-goes.
Mm-hmm.
If it's her hobby,
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's just starting out.
I
Yeah.
would be okay getting my wife like
One
a
of those cool
high-end
mixers or
Those big
something.
or a
mixers.
pan or something like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those like Williams-Sonoma pots that
I
cost.
go make me some biscuits.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can get biscuits out of it. I mean, Kimmy, is the mixer okay?
Well, yeah, because not everybody. So I know a lot of people that that almost became something like passed down.
Okay.
Because if you have a nice one, those things you hold on to forever.
The family mixer.
And and to your point, like not
Who
everybody
gets the
has one.
family mixer?
Are they that
if
expensive?
she's getting, and the attachments and everything you can
Gotta
buy
get the
for them.
attachments.
Well, they got the sex toy line now.
Wow. It's going to fall off the counter.
No, a good one of those is not cheap, and not everybody has one. To your point, like you don't
What, the dildo
necessarily
mixer?
need it, but if you have it, it's gonna help out if she enjoys baking.
All right, so
Alright.
are you guys familiar with this? I guess that's like you would call them pots and pans, but they're not. It's called La Crusette.
Oh, yeah. That stuff's like a fortune.
Okay, so I didn't know this. My wife, like offhanded as a joke, had mentioned she wanted like.
That's French for bend over.
So thinking I was being an attentive husband,
Yeah.
had no idea what this was. I went to Williams-Sonoma a couple years ago, and I walk in, and I could not believe what these things cost. However, there was a massive sale on the least popular color.
Oh.
It was like a puke yellow.
All right.
Okay.
And they were half the price of the rest of these
All
things.
right.
Nobody bought them.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm standing in front of this, and it's the same pot.
Yeah.
It's just a color that nobody wanted, right? So
Right.
I'm like,
Pull the trigger.
Yeah, the only way. So I did, and I brought it home.
So, and
Well, she's never said anything to me about it, but I could see the look on her face.
does it
like,
get used?
she used it all
All
the
right.
time. But she was thrilled to have this thing.
Yeah.
But she hates the color. But she didn't have the balls to be like, why did you?
Yeah.
Why did you do
This doesn't match.
So even in that, trying to be the good husband, I know I screwed up.
Yeah. But you tried.
But here's the thing: even trying gets
got
you
the
in
credit.
trouble.
It's pots and pans. Yeah, pots and pans I think I'd stay away from.
Okay. Are there gifts that would bother a guy if you got them for them? Because as we're having this discussion, we're talking about women, right? It's in our heads, giving these things.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you got your husband, Kimmy, tools, would he be offended by that?
I don't think so. I mean, he's had so many passed down. I mean, we have quite the collection of tools. I don't even know what he has and what he doesn't.
Would you be bothered if your wife got you tools for Christmas?
Yeah, because I ain't using them. Like, let's say your wife got you. Let's say you're a regular schlub,
Yeah.
and she got you one of those exercise mirrors where the guy yells at you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like didn't ask for it,
Yeah, that would bother me.
right?
Yeah. But here's the thing: it's okay for your wife to tell
Call
you,
you fat.
Yeah, tell you to your face you need to improve your health.
Right.
But I
I would still be
But
insulted.
it's not something you'd want.
And it's not something it was on the agenda for the new year.
But I guess the difference would be if you get your wife a treadmill or a spin bike or whatever, she will look at you if she's upset and go, "What the hell's wrong with you?"
Right.
Where no man, if he got a similar gift and was offended, would say anything about it.
Yeah, you got to fake every gift.
Well, but you don't have to. We just don't.
Well, you want to keep the peace, you fake it. Right?
No, I mean,
Let's say she got you a nice gym membership, a high-end gym.
Okay.
Then you'd have to go.
I mean, it is a checkmate move.
Because you don't want to piss away the money.
Well, yeah, you can't return it.
So you'd have to go there and fake it.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you would have a right, in my opinion, as a man.
Oh,
if
you
your
have a
wife
right.
to sit there and go, "What the hell?"
Mhm.
But we don't.
No.
You wouldn't chastise a guy for saying it,
No.
but we won't.
But I also know what that's going to cost you if you say anything.
Okay. Like, we always get to a point when it comes to relationships where we split because you are such a bitch.
Boy, I take the puss out lane.
Well, you must. I feel like you at some point you did draw a line with
Who?
your wife. You.
Me?
Because there
Show
are
me.
certain,
I can't find it.
but there are certain things that I know your wife won't buy you, even though she
Oh,
may
yeah.
want to.
Yeah, she doesn't buy me clothes.
Yeah.
Lifts.
Huh?
The what?
Look at that.
Huh?
So, like, in some way, maybe you didn't say it directly, but you did drop some hints that is not what you want from her.
Well, she'll ask me my opinion. I go, no, I hate that.
But if she
So
bought it, would you wear it?
do.
If she bought it, would you wear it?
I would fake wear it. It would go. It would look like it's in rotation in the closet.
Okay.
But that son of a bitch ain't never gonna move.
But see, the Tommy Muley I've been listening to the last 10 minutes, he would put it on to keep the peace. It's not worth
no,
the
I'm
fight.
keeping the
You got to
peace.
act excited. Keep the peace.
I got a
I
style,
don't believe
man.
you can act excited.
I got to look, man. I got to maintain.
Okay, so you've kind of done what Pat's saying. Like, at some point, you said, I don't want that.
Yeah. No,
Even
I
if
have.
you didn't directly say it, she knows.
I don't say it dickishly. I say it nicishly.
Dickishly and nicishly.
Well, nicishly.
All right, let's take a break.
Little brown professor. Just so.
There are people who have decided when they ask you to do this on a plane, you don't have to do it. It's a big scam. It doesn't mean anything. Yet, if you believe this pilot, you are making their lives a hell of a lot more harder and maybe making the entire flight more dangerous if you don't do this. I know. Oh, my God. We'll tell you what it is. Next time in the break room, I want to live. Here on CMF. You know, it's funny. People just decide things now, get
Oh.
together, things that are inconvenient for them, and go like, "Yep, big conspiracy theory." That's the end of it.
Okay.
And this has become a weird one the last couple of years. That the airport, the airline asks you to put your phone in airplane mode for no reason.
Yeah.
There's some weird conspiracy, and maybe it's because they want to try and sell you overpriced Wi-Fi, man.
Oh.
But it turns out a man who flies planes for a living says it's not. And if you are the dick that tries to leave it on, you're causing massive problems.
So it's dangerous?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So a video he posted that went viral. By the way, I'm sorry. Just after 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Danger from 95.7 The Fan and Ryan Duffy from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast will be in the room to recap Tommy's picks this morning.
Yeah.
And you're not going to want to miss this.
We really dropped the ball here.
Yeah. We got a preview.
Yeah.
You're going to want to get on
Oh, absolutely.
YouTube and Twitch and the break room, WCMF. We'll get to all of that in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So this pilot who posted a video that has gone viral, over a million views, he said that the airplane mode on your phone serves a very important purpose.
Keeps us safe.
Now, he says the plane's not going to fall out of the sky if you don't have it on, and it won't even mess with the systems on the board, because that's been some of the arguments people have made. What will happen, however, quote, if you have an aircraft with 70, 80, 150 people on board, and even 3 or 4 of the people's phones start to try to make a connection to a radio tower for an incoming phone call, which can happen depending on how low you are,
Yeah.
there's the potential the radio waves from your phone can interfere with the radio waves of the headset you are using, or the pilot is using.
So it screws the communication.
You got it. He went on to explain that when that happens, they have to wait longer to receive clearance on which way to go, like directions from the towers.
So
and
you're
things
screwing up the pilot.
Exactly. And it could lead to longer flights. It could lead to potential in-air emergencies.
Oh, my God. Collision.
Right? And he says it bothers the hell out of him because when you're trying to listen in the headset and something like that happens, it sounds like there's a wasp or something flying around in your head.
Damn.
So he's telling you you're probably not going to crash.
Yeah.
Right? But it makes his job a hell of a lot harder.
Yeah. And I'd like to make that guy or woman's job as easy as possible,
Keep 'em
personally, if I'm on that plane.
So you're giving in a big airplane.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
When I'm up there? Yeah.
I mean, your
What's
phone's
your
not going to work
choice?
well anyway, so.
Fight the man who's steering the plane.
There have been times where I forgot to put it on, and you don't realize how low you're flying, and all of a sudden, you get a tweet alert or something like that. And, oh crap! Whoops!
Oh, no.
Sorry about that. So did you know?
What's that?
It's actually a law that you are required to switch your phone to airplane mode while you're on a plane.
So you can be
they
arrested.
remind you 10 times.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, it's a law. I don't know. Has anybody been arrested for not putting their phone in airplane mode?
Died, but they got to scare you because his dick's like you. I don't remember.
What did I just? Wait, what?
I'm good. I'm like, man.
Are you an
I obey.
anti-airplane mode?
No.
guy?
I've done it
forgot.
by accident. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't bother me either way. Although,
No, I do know people that go out of their way to not do it.
It just-
Just-
It always
just
pisses me out,
stupid.
the last second guy.
well, no, I am last second guy.
No, he's on the phone still talking or texting.
Yeah.
He's so goddamn important. He's going to get that last text in before we take off.
No, that's me. I have to let my wife know. And
He's probably sitting next to you.
no, when I am not with my wife,
Oh.
or if there's somebody picking us up for the airport, why can I not text at the last minute?
No, I don't like it.
What? Why?
Because you're being a dick.
What are you talking about?
You're pushing the phone envelope on the plane.
As soon as we start to taxi, the
'Cause
phone's gone.
I've seen, the stewardesses come by, and they'll give them, you have to put that down, and they go, yeah. And then I go, man.
I'm not yeah guy.
Well, I've seen yeah guy.
Have you seen yeah guy?
And then she comes by again, and he's still doing it.
Oh my
Just follow
God.
the rules. We're all following the
Put your
rules here.
seat up, put your phone down, shut your mouth.
No, I hear you, Kimmy. Like when it comes to going to an airport, you should follow the rules.
I do.
Absolutely.
Right? Again, talking about this pilot who produced a video yesterday explaining what airplane mode does for the phone. He says, phone's not going to fall out of the sky, but when you don't flip it, it can interfere with the radio airwaves in the headsets of the pilots. Best case scenario, it sounds like a wasp in his ear.
That's not good.
Worst case scenario, he can't communicate
Loses
on
contact.
yes, where he's supposed to go with the tower. So follow the rules.
Yes.
Like when they have you in zones to board the airplane, only go with your zone.
Okay. I'm still on the ground. Don't count.
No, that's a dick move. It's a dick
Okay, so
move.
Once I get in the plane, I obey.
That doesn't make any sense. It should be as soon as you are past
Yeah,
TSA.
but you're affecting the getting onto the plane. So you're affecting the transition, which is
I'm so excited for your
affecting
product. I
the
can't wait to
plane.
use it.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. I love to fly, and it
you can't be
shows.
follow the rules guy on the plane, but not in the airport.
It's just
Pick a lane.
no, seriously. Like,
Well, if I pick a lane, I'm going to jump it and cut.
like I'm a badass over here, but hey, the pilot said put your phone in airline mode.
I'm actually helping the process expedite quicker
Okay,
by getting in that plane, sitting down, turning my phone off, sitting there quietly with my seat up.
first of all, I don't think you use that word the right way. Second of all, no, we talked about this. The nickname for people like you who crowd the gate to try and get on early, gate lice.
Yeah.
This is according to airline employees, and it's become such a problem and caused so many delays that airlines are now asking people to scan their phones to get in on that section. And if you're not supposed to be there, it makes a loud, embarrassing noise to try to shame you out of trying it again, which you said would work on you.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't
Okay,
wanna be embarrassed.
So
I'm
that
drunk.
is actually more of a problem than what we're talking about here because it causes
It's not
delays.
going to bring the plane down, though. The
I
plane's sitting
literally just said this will not bring the plane down.
there. Right, so I don't care.
No, the airplane mode will not bring the plane down.
But it sounds like you could
Hopefully.
irritate and distract the pilot,
Well, you said it would sound
which could bring the plane down.
Okay, or you would get out of the gate late, which could mess up flight patterns, which could cause a terrible accident.
They don't let you take off until they're ready.
No, I understand. But you hope so. You
Either
hope that's
way,
the
I'm
case.
go-
Ask Harrison Ford about when you're allowed to take off when you're ready.
Either-
I'm the numbnuts who almost landed on top of the Boeing 747. Sorry, Kimmy, you're saying.
No, I was just gonna say. Either way, I want the whole thing to run as smoothly as possible.
Absolutely.
I will do whatever you tell me. Just
Yeah.
yeah.
Be-
I'm not
be
trying
cool.
to. I'm not trying to cut any corners and create any issues for
Right.
anybody.
Okay.
Right.
Let's take a break.
We are not the same person.
We are not the same. It's been an interesting morning
Yeah.
because the Bills are coming off this loss in Los Angeles that was
Ugly.
quite shocking. It wasn't ugly. They
One
scored
side of the
42
ball was
points.
ugly.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We discussed how we finally, at week 15, got into a game where all Bills fans can agree this is your measuring stick game. It took us almost 3/4 of the season, but we got here. So then we get to Tommy Tells It Like It Is.
Yeah.
And he has been bullish on the Bills all season. Big wins, overs, and something changed.
Yep.
You're going to hear those picks. And that's something you don't want to miss. But I promise you, right now, if you are tuning in
The commitment here.
if you're tuning in to see what one person has decided to come in as today, you don't want to miss it.
Okay.
The Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. We recap Tommy's picks with our good friends from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
And we do it next on a Football Friday on 96.5 WCMF. Bills Lions 425 right here on 96.5 Sunday on CMF. But if you want to watch the game,
Oh, what do I do?
and it's a big game, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. I want to be entertained, though, beyond the gridiron.
You want to be under the gridiron. Well,
Yeah.
I got great news for
Yeah,
you.
what do you got?
One super funny, cool, handsome, bearded man will be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili.
Wow,
That's
Mr.
right.
Party Machine.
I'll be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili Sunday for this game. Delicious food, fantastic drinks.
Sipping on a
and
long neck. They going to have a beer?
no, I just this ain't Florida in the 70s. Sipping on a long neck. That's a gator right there, boy. Come hang out with me at Bill Gray's Tap Room Sunday, live with your friends from the crew, CMF crew on CMF. All right. I'm sorry. I'm a little out of sorts right now
Yeah.
because of what just walked in the room.
Mm.
Joining us, not this is what's out of sorts, from 95.7 The Fan, the Sports Bar 3 to 6, every weekday, Mike Danger.
Good morning.
You look great.
Thank you.
And as he joins us every Friday with Danger from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Hello, good morning, fellow radio personalities.
Hey.
All right, so before you say anything,
Yeah.
I encourage you to log on right now to WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube, or Twitch. It's the Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, to see what Ryan has become. By the way, that live stream brought to you by 3 Oaks Brewing. Look for Sprucifer this year in 6-packs, a tasty IPA brewed with spruce tips. Sprucifer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds nice.
Tommy, would you like to describe to the audience what Ryan is today?
He is Kiss. All of them at once.
So Peter Criss was the cat.
Mhm.
Demon was Gene Simmons.
Yep.
Are you Ace Frehley?
No, I'm not Ace Frehley. I'm Star Child. Paul
He'd have to
Stanley.
lose
My
weight.
He's in full
Kiss
Kiss
gear.
face makeup.
Yeah.
He is wearing a ripped up black T-shirt.
Yeah.
He has a black teased out wig. He's wearing 2 spiked bracelets.
That he had.
You own those spiked bracelets?
All I know is I'm just happy that I could finally dress down on one of these.
Casual.
Really,
Kiss.
just kind of casual Friday. Just really, you just letting my hair down and just coming in here and talking football like I love to every Friday.
How did we miss this?
Because Kiss isn't from Detroit.
I'm so mad that I didn't predict this.
It's one song.
I know, but none of them are from Detroit?
They're from New York.
Yeah, they're from New York. Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
It's one song.
I
And
know.
it's a song about a kid dying on the way to a concert, by the way,
But they kind of embraced the city. This is good.
by writing a single song.
That's all
right.
it took.
Okay. All right. Danger. Let's get into the game.
Can we have Ryan as like gentleman from Kiss and talk like in a gentlemanly fashion the entire morning?
That kind of sounds like what's going to happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what it is you're going for here,
Yeah,
but
that's good.
I'm just excited to talk football.
That's good.
Okay. Danger. There are Bills fans, maybe one in this room, as you will hear in a second, that are jumping off the bandwagon after what happened in Los Angeles last week. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, what is your panic level for this Buffalo Bills team?
Going into this game?
Yeah.
I'm at a 6.
Ooh, that's high.
I'm at a 6, just a little slightly above average as far as panic goes. I mean, look, last week I think the Bills were a little bit exposed when you get an offensive-minded head coach like Sean McVay and a quarterback who basically goes unfazed and has all the time in the world to make the throws that he made. I mean, you can beat the Buffalo Bills defense and beat them soundly. We saw it earlier this year, more physical brand with what the Ravens did to the Bills. So I don't think the Bills have 2 bad defensive performances in a row, but then you look at the injury report and you're like, this could be a problem.
Okay, but you bring up – I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
Problem.
It was you talking. I don't even know who's talking anymore. You bring up the injury report,
Yeah.
and Bills fans are worried about that. But then you look at the other side of the field. The Lions' defense, Ryan, is decimated by injury.
Yeah,
Did I
most
see that
definitely.
They could be without 7 opening day starters for Sunday's game.
No, I think a
potentially?
handful of them could be coming back
Okay.
for this game. But yes, to your point, they are injured. They've been injured, and I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing Detroit winning games but letting opponents back into games late. These guys don't have necessarily that finishing power, but they find ways to win.
Okay, so that being said, I mean, Ryan, the offensive arms race is what everyone's focusing on, right, between Detroit and Buffalo. But we look at a war of attrition defensively. I mean, who's got the guns, the horses, to be able to win that defensive battle on Sunday?
I mean, I don't think you're going to see a poor showing, to Michael's point. I don't think you're going to see a poor showing out of the Bills 2 weeks in a row. And I do think that the Buffalo Bills have the guns, as you put it, to really compete with one of the NFL's most elite teams. I mean, the reality to me is that this was a good learning experience for the defense, and I think it's incumbent on not only the team, but I think us as a fan base to really take it in. Take in the opportunity, lick it up, so to speak. Lick it up. Whoa, oh.
I can't look at those red lips, man. They're disturbing.
By the way, he didn't put on lipstick. Those are just his red lips.
No, those are not. You got to have lipstick on.
Do you have lipstick on?
Yes.
Do you really have? You
Yes.
put on your wife's lipstick? You ruined your wife's lipstick for this.
Who said it was my wife's?
Ooh. Classic Ryan.
All right, so this season, Tommy has been super bullish on the Bills.
Yeah.
He has picked them to win every week, and he has gone over and over and over again on the overs. The winds of change have blown. The tide has moved. Let's get to our first pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over under 3.5 total touchdowns for Josh Allen on Sunday.
The kid's got to be out of gas. He has to be.
Oh, you think
Oh.
And
he's
he's got to
slowing
be
down?
frustrated.
Oh, okay.
And that performance that he put out there,
Yeah.
and then this is what happens. The guy scores 6 touchdowns, and he loses.
He didn't look defeated. He
Well,
looked
they-
like
you
he
know,
was ready to go. He
Of course
saw
he is.
that
He's-
as a challenge.
He's got to put the game face on. He's a captain.
Yeah,
I don't know. According to you, when he gets to that point, he looks like what do you call him?
You know
what was
man?
it called again?
Detroit is on the water. And you may see
Yeah.
Lighthouse Boy making an
Oh,
appearance.
is he back?
Maybe. The Josh train is done.
So,
The
what? What?
Wait.
For this game,
like
it ain't
done.
Done.
Or-
It's done for this game.
So the Josh train stops in Detroit.
Oh yeah, all off.
So, are you over or under 3.5 touchdowns for Josh Allen on Sunday?
Oon, da
All
for the
right.
Lighthouse Boy.
Danger, Josh Allen has 11 total touchdowns in his last 2 games. He is on fire. But 3.5 touchdowns is a lot of touchdowns. Over under 3.5 total TDs for Josh Allen on Sunday.
I'm going to go under.
Oh, because you think Josh is done too, like Tommy
I
said.
don't think Josh is
You and
done.
Tommy, home team.
I really think it's pretty remarkable that you can lose a game and have your odds to win MVP actually increase, which is what happened after the Bills lost
That's
to
got
the
to be a
Rams.
first.
I mean, Josh Allen's he is a wagon, and I think that he'll get his in this game. But I think also when you think about how they want to execute this offense, they don't want to have to lean on Josh to do everything all the time. They want balance. They didn't have that against the Rams. They all but abandoned the run game because they were down 17 points. James Cook never got anything going. And to what you guys were saying earlier, I think if they want a chance at winning this game, they've got to keep that Detroit offense on the sideline. You've got to have balance. You've got to get James Cook in the
Balance.
run
It's all
game
about the
involved.
Okay. We
That's what I
turn.
was saying.
We turned to Kiss Ryan. Mark writes us, I didn't know Lick It Up was actually about pudding. Ryan, over under 3.5 touchdowns for Josh Allen.
I think that Michael and I are aligned on this one. I do think that while Josh did put out a great performance, I think it's going to be hard to get to over 3.5, so essentially 4 total touchdowns. But the reality is, I don't think that he's done, Thomas. I think that he is.
He knows my name.
He is still very much in game mode, and I think that he's going to continue to drive us wild, and we're going to continue to drive him crazy with how much we are cheering for him and rooting for him. Even so, I do think that I'm going to take the under on this one.
Oh my God, it's a sweep over.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 3.5's a lot, but 3.5 was a lot, and he hit it over both weeks, the last 2 weeks, in games that they had to have, or at least tried to have.
But balance is the key to this game.
Balance. It's all about finding balance.
Dan writes us, how much you want to bet that's vanilla frosting on his face? All right, so the boys are in agreement, under on 3.5 touchdowns.
Looking good, buddy.
Let's get to our second pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over under
It stung on that back end.
1/2 an interception for Lions quarterback Jared Goff.
So he'd have to cough it up how many times?
Just one would be the over.
Goff don't cough. Ain't happening. You don't think
You're-
Dan Campbell's got this kid ready?
He's not a kid, by the way.
Yeah,
like
he's been around.
72.
He's older than Josh.
So he's wise.
I mean, you think the Bills are going to go back-to-back weeks without an interception after the success they've had all season long?
Yeah, they look pretty rough, man.
Okay.
I think they got stung bad.
Yeah, but
This is second road trip. Having to come back home and go back out.
They've been doing that all season long.
Oh, you tell me it's tough, man. This
It
tournament
is
tough.
But Kimmy, if I'm not mistaken,
Different time zone.
it's Detroit.
Is Detroit the same time zone?
Yeah. Yes, I'm positive. Same time zone.
All right.
All right, just to let you know,
Yeah.
Kimmy cut out a 4-minute argument about what time zone Detroit is in. We turn to Kiss Ryan.
Yes.
All right.
Frank says,
Hi, Frank.
I bet Ryan's love gun is the one full of sour cream at Chipotle. Ryan, over, under, 1/2 an interception for Jared Goff.
You know, Jared Goff is playing fantastic. At one point, he had more touchdown passes than he had interceptions, if I recall properly. I got some makeup on the microphone here. He threw more touchdowns than he had interceptions recently. That's impressive. But I also think I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, keep going.
Oh, okay, sure. But I also think that this Bills defense has a lot to prove after such a poor showing. I think some would say that it was poor last week against the Los Angeles Rams. And I do think that as well as Jared Goff is playing, for him, there's no place for hiding, baby, and there's no place to run. So I'm going to take the over on this one. I think the Bills are going to get a pick out of Jared Goff. What's up?
Jake writes, Kiss Ryan is calling Dr. Love for a quadruple bypass surgery. Danger. Jared Goff has protected the ball well this season with the exception of one game against the Houston Texans. He threw 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
In a win, by the way. They won
still
that
won,
game.
yeah.
Over under 1/2 an interception for Lions quarterback Jared Goff.
His Bills secondary is banged up. Taylor Rapp not practicing. Hamlin was on the practice report, is injured yesterday, even though they didn't practice. Rasul Douglas probably not going to play with a knee injury, so you're going to see some different faces out there. You might see some guys that have an opportunity to step up, make a play, and build their future. And I like the chances of one of those guys stepping up and making a play. I like the over on this.
Ooh!
All right. Okay. I'm liking the vibe that we have here, fellas.
All right, my vibe sucks now.
Danger.
Yeah.
From 95.7 The Fan. Sports Bar, you can catch him 3 to 6 every weekday. And Ryan Duffy in full Kiss outfit from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, recapping Tommy's picture this morning. Let's get to the third pick from Tommy here on CMF. Do the Bills find a way to lock it down this week? Over under 1/2 a touchdown catch for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, they're not going to stop that kid. I mean, he's got 2 great influences in his life: his daddy and his coach. And you know, those 2 guys, he looks up to those 2 guys.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? So I'm going to take, what is it, over?
What is it, over?
One touchdown?
1/2 a touchdown.
Oh,
catch.
you don't think that kid's getting in?
It's your pick.
He don't want to go home and face his dad not getting in.
You mean the guy who's not a weirdo, you just said?
He's not. He's bodybuilder.
I don't want to go. You don't wanna,
bodybuilders are normal.
You don't want to go home and face that not weirdo guy for no
They
reason.
just starve themselves to death to work out like crazy.
So you are over 1/2 a touchdown
yeah.
catch for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
All
Okay.
hail the saint.
Danger. 9 touchdowns for Amon-Ra St. Brown this season. He seems like the ipso de facto wide receiver leader on that team. He's a veteran. He's cagey. He can play. Over under 1/2 a touchdown catch for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
So he's the same argument that I mentioned with the last pick with this one. You got a lot of different guys in there that haven't been in their roles that are going to have an opportunity to make plays, but they're also going to have an opportunity to get exposed by somebody like St. Brown. I think St. Brown gets a touchdown.
Oh,
yeah, we're back, baby.
Oh, is it on account of his dad, who Tommy has seemed to fall in love with?
His dad's a bodybuilder, did I hear?
You didn't see this?
He's
No.
a 2-time Olympian.
Mr. Olympian. There's a difference between
Mr. Universe.
Mr. Universe.
He's a 2-time Mr. Universe.
And there's other St. Browns that have played in the NFL. Like he's got a whole fleet of NFL players.
All 3 of this man's sons have made the league. Amon-Ra St. Brown,
He's a
Equanimous St.
stud.
Brown,
Yeah.
and I forget what the third name is. I love how we know Amon-Ra and Equanimous, but the third one, it's probably like
Bob.
Yeah, right? Like he's going to be the most important. All right, we turn to Kiss Ryan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris writes us on Twitter,
Hi, Chris.
Ryan wants some jelly rolls all night and Smarties every day. Over under 1/2 a touchdown catch for Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown.
You know, Michael raises a very, very interesting point here in that while there is opportunity for some of these secondary players for the Buffalo Bills defense to step up, I think that it's very likely that that the go-to wide receiver for the Detroit Lions has potential to have a fantastic game. What I have noticed throughout this season, though, while Amon-Ra St. Brown has been the go-to pass catcher for the Browns, you often see him the play being changed, audible to a pass for Amon-Ra St. Brown from quarterback Jared Goff. But what's good on that side for them is that they are at home. This game is in Detroit. And if that audible does happen, the crowd is likely not going to be a factor in hearing that audible. So Jared Goff is not going to have to shout it out loud. So
that was the longest way to get to the worst punchline.
Comment on YouTube says, shout it out, lard.
So with that, I'm going to agree with the fellas here that Amon-Ra St. Brown will get into the end zone.
Look at
this week.
Knights and Salami service.
Yeah, I'm taking the over on this one.
Let's get to from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if not, do they keep it within 2 points of the Lions?
Ooh, 2 points. So you asked me if the Bills win.
Do the Bills win this game?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we are in week 15, and we got our first.
Sir.
No.
Go home.
Do they cover the 2.5?
Oh, no.
Really? No. What are you thinking?
What am I thinking here? I'm thinking about maybe it gets a little crazy.
Yeah.
And it could be a Detroit
Uh-huh.
Bob Seger blowout.
Okay. We turn to Kiss Ryan.
Yes. Hello.
Dave writes,
Hi, Dave.
My favorite Kiss Ryan song, Beth, I hear you frying, but it's ice cream cone right now.
That's a B-side right there.
Okay. Ryan, this line has been all over the place.
Yeah, for sure. I've noticed that.
It opened up at 2.5, moved down to 1.5. It went up to 3 at one point. It is back to 2.5. Interesting fact, if this game was on a neutral field, despite the fact that the Bills are 2.5 dogs, if they were playing in the Super Bowl, and we're talking Super Bowl preview here, the Bills would be favored by 0.5 point. Do the Bills win? And if not, do they keep it within 2?
You know, Thomas, I understand the hesitation at this point.
Yeah.
You know, where the Bills are a little bit down on their luck after the showing last week, and especially after how we saw the Rams play last night on Thursday Night Football, an absolute barn burner of 12-9. Quite impressive. I will say, though, that this is a great opportunity, like I mentioned before, for us as a fan base to come together. You know, our mutual love for this team, to me, harkens to Ubuntu philosophy, which is I am because we are. In other words, I think I was made for loving you, and you were made for loving me. So in that sense, I have to rally behind our boys here. I do think the Buffalo Bills are going to pull this one out. I think they're going to win.
It's interesting you say that because now the women are getting mean.
Oh.
Because Debbie writes, my favorite Ryan Kiss song is I Was Made for Eating Stew, Baby. Danger?
Yeah.
Super Bowl preview potentially.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, the Bills walk-off 2-point win 2 seasons ago. If I'm not mistaken, all of the coordinators on that Lions team were exactly the same in that win. Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, along with Dan Campbell. Do the Bills win? And if not, do they keep it within 2?
You remember that? That was the Diggs play.
I was there.
That's right.
Man.
That's right. Wow. I don't feel good about this one.
Oh.
28-27 Detroit.
Oh. Well, the fact that both of you two picked against the Bills actually has me feeling
Good.
more confident.
Yeah.
More confident.
They can win this one.
All right. If you think what's been happening so far in this discussion has been bananas and insane, you don't know nothing about nothing till you hear Tommy's bonus pick. Because
I say at the end of this game, my boy's going to be celebrating.
Who's your boy?
Who do you think my boy
Well, I
is?
want to clarify.
There's a new boy in town,
Well, he's in his own town.
and it's Coach Soups is going to be celebrating on the sideline.
Dan Campbell.
Coach Soups
Yeah.
is going to be celebrating on the sideline.
By doing?
They might have him up on his shoulders, bare-chested. He may.
So we're getting a bare-chested
You
Coach
might
Soup.
get Dan Campbell and St. Brown's daddy both standing on the
Shut
Lions
up.
logo, flexing shirtless.
All right, so hold on. You just picked a lot of
Because,
different
like the
things.
Bills are going with the bare feet. Well, the Lions are going with the bare chest.
All right, so
they might start a new thing where the guys walk around in their bare chest based on how well built their coach is and one of the daddies of the players.
I feel like this is more of a fantasy of yours than it is a bonus pick.
Did you have a dream about this? I mean,
Who doesn't like to look at good physiques?
Danger?
Yeah.
Do the Lions win so convincingly that Dan Campbell, head coach of the Lions, and Amon-Ra St. Brown's father, former two-time Mr. Universe, get shirtless and flex on the Lion of the 50-yard line after the game?
Really weird, really quick.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, but here's what's weird about it.
A couple of guys taking their shirts off.
But, like, it didn't take him long to get there. Like, he's been thinking about this in multiple different scenarios.
How can you not?
I would say no. I'm going to go with a no on that.
Okay, that's a no.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. We turn to Ryan.
Yes.
According to Rick,
Hi, Rick.
who writes us on Facebook, Kiss Ryan's album Destroyer is about wicker furniture. Well, I do want to come. A lot of great,
very good stuff.
A lot
Good
of great
stuff.
Kiss ones today.
Very creative.
Yeah,
today.
Kiss Army, well in effect this morning. Ryan,
Yes, Patrick.
does Lions head coach Dan Campbell, along with Amon-Ra St. Brown father, get so excited about a Lions win that they take their shirts off at the 50-yard line after the game and flex?
While I am in disagreement that the Lions win this game, let's just say in a parallel universe they do win this game, and Dan Campbell and Mr. St. Brown are feel it necessary to go strutter, if you will, out to the 50-yard line and flex on the Detroit Lion there. I love the thought. I love the thought of it. But
Who
based
doesn't?
of course, but based on me not taking the Lions to win, I'm going to have to say no on this one.
Okay.
And you're saying that with lipstick lips. All right.
I would like to get a nice local
Oh.
Rochester.
Okay.
Yeah.
My favorite replacement member of Ryan Kiss was Eric Carmines. It's a deep Kiss cut and a deep Rochester cut,
Yeah.
but it works. All right. Danger?
Yeah.
The Sports Bar 3 to 6 every weekday on 95.7 The Fan. What do you got going on today?
You know, we'll be talking some fantasy football, fantasy playoff start. Our buddy Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy stops by at 3:25, and you can also check us out on YouTube. We know a lot of people watching the Break Room on YouTube. We have a channel at The Fan Rochester as well. I can subscribe over there.
See, that last part sounded kind of desperate, right? Like, because you should plug it.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I have to plug it.
But no, I get it, and they're great. You should watch it. Fantastic,
Oh, yeah.
right? But like,
We don't have guys showing up in full makeup. I mean, we don't have Gene isn't that committed to the bit.
and the name works too, so it's a disaster, really. I mean, he should be there. Kiss Ryan.
Yes, Patrick.
Do you have to drive home in that?
should.
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to.
I hope you have to get gas.
It's funny how I felt more and more comfortable as I got closer to downtown Rochester, away from the suburbs on my way here.
How does that come off? It's in your beard, in your mustache.
Yeah, no, we're gonna figure it out together.
Finish your Christmas shopping without going home
Oh,
Oh,
first.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
If I want to catch the latest episode
Uh-huh.
of the Let's Go Duffalo podcast,
Yeah.
where can I find that?
You can find that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, and you can find us on social media as well at lets.go.duffalo.
All right, gentlemen, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that
Oh,
means?
yeah, we're getting a little creepy.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you. And one of the most popular gifts on your list for people, and one of the most trendy items any Kimmy of the world can have,
Yeah.
is a problem.
Oh.
The thing is, despite this actually being legitimately dangerous, these are so trendy and expensive, I don't think anyone's doing anything about it.
Wow.
And we're going to do it next year in the break room. On CMF! Here's the thing.
What's that?
There are some products that are so dominant, that we need so much, that are so popular
Yeah.
that nothing bad about them can change people wanting them.
You're going to tear it up.
And we may, or lick it up, one of the two. And we may have reached that point with this product, because I am willing to predict that these things are so hot, and Kimmy have been hot for so long,
Yeah, they've held in popularity.
that even this super dangerous issue is not going to keep people from using it or giving them if they've already bought them as gifts.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
It's time to get creepy.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Creep Cap on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the Creep Cap on WCMF.
There is not a woman on this planet that would pay you a cent for any sexual favor.
For a little $250 munch.
No, you think that you're worth $250 going downstairs.
I'm clean. I'm clean cut. I'm always shaved, so you're not going to get any, thigh whisker burns or anything.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're bringing to the table.
My
period,
tongue.
because
My love tongue. I got slender fingers. I'm actually a pretty nice little ride. I'm like a dirty little moped.
252.
Take a ride.
Stop.
Gassy
Well, because
fast
you
food.
don't
I
wanna
got
eat
some.
that
I got
food.
some hard farting woman with me now.
One of my favorite Santana songs. Got
She's
a
a
hard
hard
farting
farting
woman.
woman.
Did you have a country song? I'm sorry.
She's a hard farting woman in love with a good time and man. They'd get together, but that smell he just can't stand.
It's about
Hey,
this.
boy, pardon me,
How
boy.
do you wear those?
Can I have a look at your shorts? No, sir. And stop looking at my sister. Remember that when you would get so wasted on Cheetos and then you were like marked? Basically,
It was a scarlet letter.
yeah, like your dong looked like it. Like
What?
Yeah,
I wash
like-
my hands before I touch
I
myself.
thought you were gonna say like your
you've
clothes.
never Cheetoed and pulled?
No.
Yeah, your product's gonna look like a road cone.
Thing on the side.
I mean, I've eaten some pretty hideous stuff when I'm.
Yeah, no, I've seen your ex-girlfriends.
Oh, your mom? We never really made it official.
Okay. So, yeah, I would have to wait for the house to be empty,
Well,
lock the deadbolt.
I would have just turned the speakers down and jerked in silence.
One of the worst Simon and Garfunkel songs of all
The
time.
sound of jerked in
That's
silence.
not, no.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cap on CMF. There may not be a product more dominant right now than a Stanley tumbler mug.
Oh yeah,
Stanley is everywhere.
they're huge.
They're super expensive, yet everywhere you look, somebody's
Every
got
woman's
them.
got it.
Every woman
She got it.
got a Stanley.
They're collectibles for a lot of people too.
Every woman's got one. What's that next to you?
It was a Yeti.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I thought you had a
For
Stanley.
outdoorsmen.
My, yeah.
Drinking their lattes.
Stanley mugs blew up in 2022, but there is a serious problem right now happening with two versions of Stanley mugs.
Yeah, so what do you don't want it to do?
These Stanley Switchback and Trigger Action stainless steel travel mugs are being recalled. These
Yeah.
mugs were sold all the way from June of 2016 up until this
There
month.
could be like 1 trillion of these things worldwide.
Yeah.
100%. And like as I'm looking at pictures of them, they're the ones I see the most often.
Yeah.
The recall has happened because,
Why's that?
according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, when you put hot liquids or expose it to heat,
Yeah.
the lid may detach and you can burn yourself with the hot liquid
So
inside.
it could just dump out. And by the way, that would be like a gallon of hot liquid on you. Because those things are huge.
Aren't you used to like a gallon of hot liquid on you? Ooh, I'm a Ross St. Brown's daddy. Yours was your fantasy, not mine. 38 people
Have
have
been
reported
scalded?
burns. It doesn't say scalded, it said reported burns. And by the way, those are the ones just reported.
Yeah.
Normally with these recalls, you have people, especially with products like this, where it happens and they just let it go.
Yeah.
So, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, if you own one of these mugs, you should stop using it immediately
No kidding.
and contact Stanley for a replacement lid.
Okay.
And that seems like a reasonable thing to do. In
Yeah.
fact, a smart thing to do. Here's the problem.
What?
Nobody's going to do it.
You don't
No.
think so?
No.
I think they'll just go out and buy a new one.
No.
No, I think
They'll
you'll
just
just
keep using
if it's because this is something you likely use every day, and you could figure, well, I haven't had a problem yet. Well, now that I know this can happen, I won't let this happen, or you just don't care.
And then you forget
Enough
about
to-
it after a
yeah.
week, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
you got
Oh
hot,
my God.
hot tea in your crotch. You got crotch tea. And like even worse, the Stanley mugs are very popular Christmas gifts,
Oh yeah.
right? So there are people who either will see the story and go meh, or not see the story at all, that are about to give burns to their friends and
Yes.
family for
The
Christmas.
gift of scald.
Yeah.
Like there are some products, it feels like, that are so dominant and trendy, you cannot touch them with any kind of design.
Yeah.
Like it can be faulty and people will still use them.
Yeah.
And I feel like Stanley is the #1 product like that right now.
Especially if you had a tough time getting your hands on it in the first place.
But that's what's weird about Stanley.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. Because here's what blows my mind about this. They have limited edition Stanleys,
Yeah.
Timmy. Like Target.
Limited edition.
No, they do. Like I think Starbucks put one out
Oh,
at some
alright.
point. Yeah.
I think, didn't Target have a run where people were waiting
Possibly,
for hours
yeah.
outside overnight to get the
They were
Target
specific
version?
colors.
But it's not hard to get a Stanley. Like if you walk in at Dick's, if I'm not mistaken, there's a whole wall of them ready to go.
Oh yeah, no, you can always find one. It's just a question of if it's the color you want or the style you want.
They're
you
like
know?
Beanie Babies from back in the day.
Yeah.
You could always find a Beanie Baby, right? But you wanted, what was it, the whale? What was the big one that everybody
The
wanted?
Grateful Dead one.
Yeah, well, that was a good
Yeah,
one.
they
Yeah.
had those theme ones.
That was a good one. Yeah, so I can get it. It's just that thrill of the chase of the ones that are more rare.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got the side-by-side popularity of exclusive and
Yep.
expensive, yet available anytime you want one. And it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. And I also don't understand why all of a sudden Stanley became popular.
Yeah, how'd
'cause
they get
Like
how'd they get the hit?
They've existed for
mug.
decades.
So some celebrity must have been toting it. Had to have been lipping a Stanley.
I don't even think it takes
Lip
a
in a stand.
celebrity anymore. I think it's like it's if your kids at your school thought they were cool, it spreads like wildfire because of social media and stuff.
Yeah, it's a good call. I mean, Kimmy, when you get a chance, if you wouldn't mind checking out why Stanley blew
Where
up.
did the Stanley
It's got to
craze
be
come
a
from?
celeb. You tell me some school kid kicked this off?
I don't know. I mean, she's not wrong. Like, all of a sudden, certain products will just become wildly
Yeah,
popular.
but it's with moms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
And grandma.
it starts with the kid. It moves
Okay,
to the mom.
Bro,
So
you see
it-
them all over Pittsburgh.
The Stanley Cup craze began in 2017 with the help of a shopping blog and Instagram account.
So she was
So
right.
it's an influencer.
Yeah.
So it's not. Yeah, it ain't like a movie
Yeah.
star. It's
Right.
somebody online. And what's strange about this, like we said, Stanleys have existed for decades.
Yeah.
Like this
It
was,
was a working man's thermos.
exactly. My wife has her father's Stanley thermos from the 1970s
Man.
that he gave to her like 20 years ago,
Yeah.
and we've never used it for anything because we don't.
The
Yeah,
family mug.
exactly. So my wife thinking like we had some like collector's edition thing.
You know.
Ooh, let me check it out. Now it's worth like $30. Folks want like the new trendy ones, not like the
Yeah.
old school badass
Old
ones.
man.
Exactly. So it's not like a Carhartt. It's more like a Stanley. 252 WCMF, again, a recall issued by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. If you have or are giving a Stanley switchback or a Stanley Trigger Action stainless steel travel mug, you need to contact Stanley immediately. Get a lid replacement. According to the CPSC, the mug lids can shrink when exposed to heat, detach, and spill all hot liquids inside. 38 people have reported burns, and these particular mugs have been sold from 2016 all the way up until this month. You know, the other weird thing about like these trendy things,
Yeah.
for some reason, water bottles, there's always a version of a water bottle that is trendy.
Yeah.
For example, you remember the Nalgene bottles.
The Nalgene.
Nalgene, you don't remember Nalgene, the big clear
Oh, like a
bucket-looking
tube?
ones?
Okay.
It was the big ones. Those
Yeah.
were super popular with like the crunchy granola folks, and they moved into pop culture. After that came the Hydro Flask.
Was this the one that had the sling?
They,
Almost like, it was almost like a canteen.
no, it's a different one.
Oh.
Kimmy, we're talking about the Nalgene bottle was trendy, into the Hydro Flask like
Yes,
8 years ago.
Similar thing to the Stanley.
And then
really.
Stanley. But
Yeah.
like it's like for 4 or 5 years, there's a dominant trendy water
Yeah.
bottle that changes. So based on the timeline, Stanley should be replaced by another trendy water bottle pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, we never see these things last forever. I mean, even if like you stay loyal to that brand, doesn't mean it's gonna be the trendiest thing, forever, with every generation.
Yeah.
Because once moms get their hands on it,
It's over.
or dads get their hands on it, it kind of becomes not as cool to your kids,
But
right?
here's the thing. To the kids, yes, but
But the moms are.
But that's who drives it.
Yeah.
exactly.
All the moms have this thing.
And every mom thinks they're cool now. Right? Like
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you said it yourself. It was a mommy whatever, what
No,
was
it wasn't a mom blog. It was a shopping blog and Instagram account, and then it got even more popular on TikTok.
Is it bad that I assume that was a mom?
You're probably.
Well, whenever you hear
It is.
blog, it kind of gets associated
shopping.
with like,
Yeah,
like
like-
the older set.
I'm not gonna pop on Frank's shopping blog. Check it out, fellas. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah.
Not water bottle related, but car related.
Yeah.
The equivalent is the Jeep Wrangler. Since like 2008, when they switched the body style, dude, those things are so damn unreliable. But soccer moms just keep buying them.
Okay.
But nothing will affect the sales of a Jeep Wrangler.
Well, I got to say, Ben, the Jeep Wrangler aside, it is good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
Ben was the first victim of this recall from these hot
Oh,
liquids.
yeah. It was
coming out
a
of
terrible
Stanley.
story.
Well, we have audio of it. Do you remember what it sounded
Well,
like?
he was in his Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
And he had his Stanley motor.
Sure.
And he accidentally popped the clutch. That's another thing with those Jeeps. You can pop the clutch.
Oh.
This guy is mean to me. Stop it, Stanley.
Great call, Ben. Great call.
That was a good one. It's been a while.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
Have a good one, guys.
There goes Ben.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
Nice to hear the hits.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing Monday next here in the break room. On CMF. Skippy Robberoo.
And the old Friday Rubber.
Yep, for Break Room CMF. Monday, a post-game Monday.
Oh, boy.
So there's two things we're cheering for.
Mm-hmm.
A Bills win for this game live, 4:25 on Sunday right here on CMF. And Tommy to once again go golden sombrero because it means the Bills had a fantastic game
There
and they
you
have
go.
won. Yeah.
You're welcome.
If
I called it.
you want to watch the game on Sunday, come hang out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili for
That's
the
a fun place.
WCMF Home Field Advantage. The game there, great. The food, the drink, fantastic. And, the company.
Yeah, it'll still be fun.
I will be hanging out. I'll see you there, guys. Sunday, 4:25, live with your friends and the crew from 96.5 WCMF. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy, who takes some kind of weird joy in all of the massive insults that Ryan takes when he comes in here every Friday.
I enjoy the creativity. I think people are getting really good at it.
He doesn't have one ally in this room when those jokes start flying, by the way. There's not one person that's like, hey,
well,
guys.
he came in face paint.
And lipstick.
For Tommy Boulay, who, it's weird, he was bothered the most by the lipstick.
Well, I'm looking at I had a really good view of his lips, and they were like ruby red. It's disturbing to see a man with puffy ruby lips.
I had a very
That's
good
what
view
bugged
of his...
you. Not everything else he had on. Not the wig.
No, because your family doesn't have good lips.
I have great lips.
No, you don't.
What?
No, you're not a good lip people. But Ryan really, he brought him out somehow.
My name is Pat Duffy.
Never have I thought about the Duffy family lip
Think
game.
about it.
You will now. Now you will. I got juicy lips, bro.
Oh, you got rough ass chapped lips.
Big old juicy lips. Why don't you come get some? My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.